Hi, chat. Hi. Hello. Ooh, wait, let me get this a little bit better set up for my microphone. Hello. Hi, everyone. Yeah, no, Australia, you're good. I just thought you'd like to see me react to that Prime subscription on stream. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's so kind of you. I really appreciate it. And hi, welcome in everyone. Hello. I hope you've all had an amazing day today. Today's been a fun day for me up where I'm at because the entire place froze over, and by that I mean there was a bunch of freezing rain. So, that was fun. um yeah, always fun to see icicles coming down from like power lines and shit. Shit's great. But I hope everyone's had a good day. We're back at it again with Of the Devil. We're going to be having some more fun with this game. Specifically, we're going to finish off the first chapter proper today. At least I presume so. I doubt it'd be more than 12 hours long. And that means we're probably going to be going into trial right as soon as we start up the game. So we've got that to look forwards to, and I'm looking really forward to it because holy fuck, I cannot wait to start doing some more shit and start contradicting some peeps. So, with that all said, let's just jump right into it, shall we? All right. Okay. So, if anyone here needs an update or to catch up as to what has happened, and to be fair, I probably need to as well. We're trying to prove our client, David Assure, who is dead, to say that David Assure did not commit suicide. That's what we're currently trying to claim in court. Now, whether or not we're going to actually be able to do that, well, we'll see. But we're going to find out, and we're going to be trying our best. And last time we were here, we were currently looking at... Yes, we were looking at the computer of David Assure in this computer room. And also getting Sarah here to decrypt a bunch of files. Oh, hi Zerzi, hello. Thank you for the hydration. Sorry for the evil streaming time. I keep trying to stream a little bit earlier, but every single time I'm like, man, I'm just not ready yet. And then by the time I get ready, it's like 12 p.m. It's like midnight for you. So I apologize. See, I will try better to get a better streaming time for you. But thank you so much for giving me the hydration. Thank you for coming into stream, even if it will be for just a little bit. Okay, so I think that's basically where we're at. Yeah, Sarah's decrypting a bunch of files. We're getting some more evidence on David Assure's current situation. And yeah, so let's get back into it. Daylight savings has helped a bit. It has. You are 1 hour closer. All right. Now let's get into Morgan's voice. Well, at least we've got something to show a bit more concrete than Starling's word now. Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it? Not if people realize how precious you are. Aw, Sarah's very precious. Oh, look at her little blush. I gotta be honest. Sarah, I would protect Sarah if my life. She is adorable. As a collector's item? Fucking Morgan. We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. But Noble easily could have argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this. It's good that you do then. I'm glad that father wanted me to go to a friend of his. Yeah. This will get me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college. You could at least pick a charitable institution. It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. Aw, chat. No. It's a little too real. The game's a little too real. That doesn't make me feel any better. You can cheer up in the car. Hail us a ride to the courthouse. Priority. There's an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation. That's irritating. But I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there. The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7. I'll prepare on the way over. Very good, Adonai. See? Alright. This is gonna be a tough case for us because we've got no prep. But We'll figure it out, I'm sure. It'll be fine. Does it excite you going into the courtrooms? What do you mean? You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves. You don't feel the fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses? Do you really think this is going to be some kind of movie where the good guys save the day? Morgan can talk well, though. Can talk well enough. She can. Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were. What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something? We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking. Though he was rarely the one who suggested it. So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyways? What do I get? Why do you do it? What's your reason? I'm not sure how to answer your question. Never mind. Forgot who I was talking to. I like Aww. I like the performances. Sure. There you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something? He's a handsome... Oh my gosh, Sarah. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people. I hadn't noticed. I read the net, and I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's also subtle, so hard to follow. There's so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and... Okay, Sarah is one way or the other very neurodiverse and coded. I didn't comment on it like last stream, but she very much is. Ugh. I often struggle to grasp them. You're also complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate. Their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction. So these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. Yep. What about you, Adonai? What about me? Do you like movies? Yeah, sure. Back when I was a kid. Really? Who is your favorite director? What was your favorite film? It was a long time ago. I don't remember. Damn, okay. Okay, we're at the state building, chat. Floor 48. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. Though I've always felt like courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and papers pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead or that he'd thrust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists David would never commit suicide. And I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not one prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicions before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Well, shit. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. but it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent. Give it your best shot anyways. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge being assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Apparently she does not. Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in there? That's today's attorney reference. Should I not? Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. Alright, chat. An adjutant. Automated dependents to preside over the trials for the state. I see. They can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on the steganographer records if need be, ruling cases entirely on digital capacity. Overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed in their sentences than human judges, apparently. Especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. I see. There's a small number of reported cases where non-rate processing is born particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas. I see. The state court backlog essentially cleared for the next half-decade. Questions arose as to the continued need for adjutants to lighten the judicial system's human resource burden. But the Senate Investigative Committee has determined, yeah. So the entire legal system is based off of robot judges. How fun. LLM judges? Yeah, this is a nightmare world. Okay. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So, androids are used to reduce caseload? Been that way for decades. But how is a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions stalling? Judges did fight it for years at every level and every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board, and so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial? Having machines determine sentencing for human beings? Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Hi there, Raphael. It's nice to see you come in here. You came in just in time. We're just about to start trial. Besides, used to be even the most high-profile crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things. It keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear there's so much haste. Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in Android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is that logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible, everyone wants justice. Sure. But there are other considerations to be had, such as disgust. Well, that's a great start. What? That's all people really care about. What all their morals boil down to. Just what they do and don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised we can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. Damn, alright. Alright, Morgan. Okay. Come on. Let's do this. I'm so fucking ready. Here's Eva, our favorite Yuri. Just a preliminary hearing, eh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep? It's still loading. It needs time to load? Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk. There's an audience. You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial with the case of David Assure's death must have spread like wildfire, even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Rees or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uniformed officers have little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attended friends in the media. And there's the corporate plants. Interns usually, preferably ones with modern eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are going to get out of the way, one way or the other. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be a paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness is going to end up one way or another in the background of some tabloid photograph by the end of this circus. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all those films you watch, I'd figure you could extrapolate. I'm asking so I can correct any misconceptions. Well, not everything you saw on a silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution will begin to make their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual and the case. What do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response, as long as I have discovery backing me. You've said that before. Discovery means? Need to go and give Sarah a hug. Yeah, Sarah deserves a hug. Oh, hey there, Psycho. Hi. Oh, thank you for the hydration. Making dinner post D&D. Ooh, I hope you have a wonderful dinner and they had a wonderful session. And a stretch. Okay, 1 second, chat. Let me stretch here. Ah. That was a lot of cracks. Thank you for the stretch, Psycho. I appreciate it. Okay. Discovery here, chat, by the way, just means the process of discovering evidence or things that might come into trial that is done before trial, typically. Well, it also goes beyond that, but we're not going to get into it. Just that I can't pull stuff out of my pocket and present it without any kind of context. I have to prove that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation, which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along just because I liked you, did you? And the jury, I don't see where they would sit. The jury hasn't sat in an actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch the feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look at someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. I don't know if that's true IRL or in real life. Oh my gosh. Fucking got Zoomer brain. Like, at least from what I know in Canada, like, there is sometimes a jury in preliminary trials, especially ones which would normally have a jury by the end of it. I'm not too sure, though. I wouldn't know. I mean, formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all I have to do today is convince the adjutant. Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to end up being an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David. Yet. Anyway, I'll have to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. That means save and try again. Okay, we can't do that. We only have one save file, chat. We can't save scum. And we can't save during the trial either now. I think this might be the literal last moment we can save. So, chat, we're gonna have to commit to our choices. This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant Ad 84 presiding. I call to order the case of People versus Assure. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. High roller doesn't mean you can't cheat. I'm not going to cheat. Don't worry. We're going for this legit, chat. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get the shit show start. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or defied, justice is one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like a Arcturian man, justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right? This gorgeous bod. What the fuck? Chat. What the fuck? Pretty sure Emma's wondering what she'll have for dinner. Nah, Emma is locked in. She might not look like it, but she is locked in. But also, what the fuck? Even Emma's surprised. Whatever. Forget about it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to let it move. I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever. 80. Oh, 80. Oh my gosh. That's so... She's an automated dependent. Oh my gosh. Likes raw salmon. Okay. Open, obedient, observant, people. Okay. She get 109 breast size. Oh my gosh. Okay, she's kind of stacked. She's kind of stacked, chat. She's a little stacked. Damn, yeah. Okay. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we even doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I will log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor, this is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Assure did, in fact, commit suicide as he... I get it. You want to make sure that he didn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize adjutants were so lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most neat and repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pushes we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted to have a little payback for the kindness. Funny thing about her, what's the 8th and 4th letter of the alphabet? What is the 8th and 4th letter of the alphabet, Enyo? What is it? Isn't it DH? Question mark? HD. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, ADHD. Oh my god, Enyo. Okay, I get it. It's ADHD. Wonderful. She has ADHD. Oh, this is gonna be amazing, chat. What's to look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? Oh my gosh, Yuri Judge. Chat, this is amazing. Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you had any doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable. So people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people to call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. Okay, chat, here we go. This is the coroner. Oh boy. All right, I'm turning on my serious mode. Cranking open my Monster Energy. Let's fucking do this. It's Yumi. Hey. So have at it, pretty lady. You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Assure, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. would be very early in the morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection. Oh my god. The defense will have its opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making any errant remarks. Oh my god, I look away and I thought the judge called Yumi a hoe. Holy shit, Z. The hell? All I said was, yeah, what she said. You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor. We just lost some of our fucking hit points. Being cute is my job. God damn, we've barely gotten started. That seemed pretty bad, didn't I? Making mistakes will increase your blind. Okay. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher. Okay, so we will lose more of our hit points essentially as the trial goes on if we fuck up. But it resets at the end of each day. Okay, blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing on a high roller. Okay, so we're gonna be in the fucking hot seat here on high roller mode. Mind the blind number on the top left when it appears. You can see it there. It helps gauge what you stand to lose. We should have tried to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections on my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain the means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen in his blood. Seems like by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what is the most common cause of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease. Oh, sorry everyone, it's ad time. We're gonna wait for a second for at least some people to come back. So I'll probably wait for like a minute. Ugh. Evil, very evil ads. I do agree. The ads are extremely evil. Please hang in there though, chat. I did change with the things with the ads so then they wouldn't pop in immediately as soon as I start streaming like they used to. However, in exchange, the ads are now like on average a little bit longer, which kind of sucks. But like, Twitch is a bitch. I can't do anything about it. So I do apologize. We're gonna hang in there for the ads, and we'll be able to get out of them. See, I do wish I could do that to the ads though. But yeah, no. What they should do while we're having the ads go on is look for the evidence here, because some of this is just been a while. So with the CCE, counter corporate espionage, I assume we could potentially use this as like a piece of evidence to say like, oh, maybe this is a motive as to why someone wanted to kill David Asscher, right? Okay. Yeah. We also got chromofuge here, which is, yeah, machinery that produces organic fluids used in the production of warm androids. This might be the poison that actually killed David Asscher, but who knows? We got the autopsy here. So we know the time of death was respiratory failure, and that the thing that caused it, there's about 20 milligrams of it in total in the bloodstream, which is like a significant amount, but like, like that's the size of a pill. This isn't like a little bit of powder that was like blown into his like nostrils or something. And yes, it was declared dead on 8:25 and lost consciousness at 8:03. Ooh, okay, Psycho, nice. That's argument, not evidence, so it might not fly. That's true. We are gonna have to rely on the evidence overwhelmingly, but we'll see. We got David's contract here. We got a few things as to what would happen if he got dismissed. What would be a breach of contract? So not much we can have here. Maybe something. Maybe it is possible that Noble Electronics wanted David Asscher to be gone, but instead of being able to dismiss him, they would have instead wanted to have him killed, because dismissing him would have been too much compensation. So that's a possibility. We've also got his cup here. Oh, hi chat. Thank you for sticking through the ad break. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Welcome back. We were just quickly looking through some of the evidence here before I continued during the ad break. So yeah, we also had the cup that he drank from. We had this emergency console, which is used to contact emergency services. Contacted at 8:04 and arrived at the helipad outside at 8:08. That means there was a 4-minute period between when it was contacted and when the helipad arrived. That one of the witness that was there could have done anything. So we got that. We have Young's cup, which is the other witness, Helen Young. So everything seems pretty normal there. We got the plan here. We got Young's story about what happened. Yeah. In their past. We have the manufacturer, which could mix like nano materials in like just 2 minutes. I've eaten my way out of Agile. Fear me, for I am free. Hells yeah. Don't forget the glass in the sink. There is also the glass in the shit sink. Yeah. The glass in the sink was extremely fishy. Yeah, those are the salt shaker, which I am like personally got like my own like conspiracy theory over. It's like, why the hell is the salt shaker? Why was its top loose? We've got, yeah, this is the water glass that was here that bears Helen Young's DNA and fingerprints and contradicts her testimony. Yeah, we've got a bunch of stuff here, but nothing is like screaming at us or at me. Yeah, so we'll find out. All right, chat, let's continue. It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject has no wounds or reported illnesses, and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asscher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Dialogue will proceed automatically, but you can still choose to advance text manually. Okay. You need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong, and then hit the call button and call their bluff. Hover the call button or toggle insight to focus on the claims of the witness statement. Okay, and then no loop. Okay, so this is like a witness testimony and like Ace Attorney. Okay, can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Okay. Got the whiskey, David's contract, the upright cup. Okay. The subject passed. Sure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen to his blood. Sure. He also would have experienced lightheadedness. This is all true. Subject was healthy. Their respiratory failure could be attributed to. Okay. It came back clean. I think this is the one that we're gonna have to go for. Yeah. I think we're gonna have to go for the talk screen because it should have not come back clean. But yeah, why would it come back clean if he had drunk alcohol, right? Like that shouldn't have come back clean at all. All right, we're calling that. Oh, and we're on a timer here. The whiskey. Ooh. It's impossible for David Assure's talk screen to be clean, and we all know it. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Oh my gosh, Emma's devastated. Oof, headshot, yeah. That makes sense. And that scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states in the talks report itself, Dr. Assure did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the talk screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they already didn't know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I'd like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Nothing personal, toxic Yuri Emma. Yeah, no, nitpicky objections you sometimes just have to do in court. You gotta keep the prosecution on their toes. They cannot just like go through things smoothly. Whenever they're doing like an examination like this, you gotta make them trip up a little bit. Just a little. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the talk screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Assure's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. Oh, does the game have toxic Yuri and toxic Yuri? We're gonna find out, see? That's correct. I think we're all going to get pretty tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put in my creative heuristics at work, coming up with an original scientific fitting name for this substance. A name like Omega 3. Oh, come on. Don't do colon 3. God damn it. That name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta, used in science to denote unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmaceutical or toxicological records. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all other possibilities through my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely. Okay, chat, let's get ready. Woo! Oh my god, does she know the feeling and why? We'll find out. The victim died of respiratory failure, and his talk screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that would cause respiratory failure, except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Ooh, it's a classic suicide. Okay. For unknown substance. Yeah. Okay, how about Young's testimony? Because apparently they didn't see him add anything to the cup. I think that would be it, right? Yeah. Nothing else seems to fit here. Right. The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about this supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisonous suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, and thus David committed suicide. We're playing blackjack now? Okay. Every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant. Only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. Or else you'll go bust and lose credit. Okay. Select the press option to see what follow-up question it would be. You only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21. Oh my gosh, we're actually playing blackjack. Holy shit. Okay, don't press any further if you're already there, and don't ask the wrong questions. Got it, game. Okay, we got 2 6s. Two 6s of hearts. With my cross-examination, I need to put forth a microscope over the weakest part of that argument. Cackle, be sure not to burst. I'll do my best. I'm pretty good at that. I got good endurance. And hope that some cracks will appear under the pressure. Oh my gosh. Are you sure it's respiratory failure? Are you sure Delta is to blame? Are you sure it was ingested? Okay. Any one of these are okay ones to go for. Let's go for, are you sure it was ingested? Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to ingest the Delta orally, but how can we actually be sure about that? Pretty sure? I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I've checked, but we could press. Was it knowingly ingested? Oh, yeah, okay. I think that's a good press. But how can we be sure the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? It depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have just been a drop. The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes? Calls for speculation, Your Honor. Withdrawn. That was totally speculation, but you can kind of like, in real life, you could like kind of speculate a little bit and then immediately withdraw it, right? Which like, technically, the jury is meant to ignore, but the jury doesn't actually ignore. And if you don't like overdo it, you can kind of get away with it. Aw, man, I wanted to jump on her case. Okay. Are you sure? Let's go with this. Dr. Sato, you were only able to identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that would act as a depressant. And just enough of any depressant, and respiratory failure would occur. Okay. Only simulations? Or do we stay here, chat? This isn't a bad line of questioning. We're really close to blackjack though here, chat. Let's press. You've ran simulations. So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course. Without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Was there a question in that statement, counselor? That's sure, we need to be making statements in cross-examination. You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet anyway. Seems like that's... Oh? Blackjack! We managed to draw the ace, chat. We did it. Woo! Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta, is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened? Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. That is true. Witnesses are allowed to speculate if they're an expert in something, right? So if they're speculating specifically when they're an expert, they can do so. The witness shall answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened, undiagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare, it is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh, that felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt wherever I can, however I can, is just all about I can manage. That is kind of what you're trying to do as defense. Just put a tiny bit of doubt everywhere you can. Okay, next witness chat. Let's do this. Detective Vries, you were at one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the Home Security Council located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? Poking off holes and even a ship can sink? 100%. So just every little bit counts. The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Assured was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I half expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. When you take into consideration for her love for boot heel authority, she might feel right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power of the people. The witness met with the deceased about half an hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 o'clock p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Assured became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Though a collaborative effort with Noble Electronic Security Division, we searched the entire building. We found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean, the only person who got sick was Dr. Assured, drinking from a cup that he prepared. So it was our determination that Dr. Assured committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle, but I know there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Do we get the Albright cup? We got David's cup, and we've got the poison. Okay. Dr. Assured with 7:30 p.m. That seems to be true. He's the one who prepared their drinks. That also seems to be true. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. That might not be true, but I don't think we have anything we can prove that right now. He drank from the cup that he himself poisoned. Yaha. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. We didn't actually find any traces of the poison in his cup, right? Wait, did you scan the basement? And there was no poison anywhere else. Made a claim she actually can't support. So we've got the poison here. Found in the bloodstream of Dr. Assured. No other traces were found in the scene or David's penthouse. Okay. We've got Young's cup here. No traces of foreign elements. And how about David's cup? Okay, yeah. So she can't actually prove there was any of the poison inside the cup itself. Yeah. Toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Not in it. Yeah. Okay. So I think that's where we gotta point that out. Okay. He's the one who prepared the drinks. That's true. There's no opportunity for the witness to ever slip in something. That's not necessarily true, but we can't prove that. He drank the cup that he himself poisoned. Okay. Seems pretty cut and dry. Okay, so that's the one we gotta go for. Okay. Okay, so boom, boom, boom. Let's call. David's cup. Wanna bet? Oh, no. She's ready. That's cute, counselor. You almost made a salient point. Do I get points for that? Boy, I hope not. Otherwise, I wouldn't be yet to do this. Overruled. All right, we failed there. I need to make objections more carefully than that. Okay, it's the upright cup, David's cup. Okay. Oh my god, our blind increased. Okay, chat, we've got a lot. I think you can repeat this as much as you need to. We don't have unlimited health though. We really do not want to be making mistakes here. He drank the cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. Scan the kitchen and the lab in the basement. Okay. And there's no poison anywhere else. Is it poison then? I mean, she can't know for sure, right? Like, because we don't know what the poison is. Yeah, okay. I think that there's no poison anywhere else. Maybe. I mean, okay, but here it says no additional traces found at the crime scene or anywhere in David's penthouse. Meant reading the testimony as well. Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry, Z. Apologies. Yeah. Toxicology tests be proven inconclusive. Okay, let's assume that they can't actually prove. Let's assume it's the last one. Okay. Yep. He's the one who prepared the drinks. Seemingly true. There was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. Yeah. Kept drinking the kept himself poisoned. Seemed pretty kind of dry if you ask me. Scan the kitchen lab in the basement. Okay, let's try this. I don't know. I'm not super confident about this, but let's go for it. Let's see, chat. Nah, okay. That's what I thought. I wasn't confident in it. All right. All right. Oh, boy, chat. Okay. We're losing our precious points. Oh, my gosh. Okay, got the upright cup. David's cup of the poison. I really thought it was David's cup, I'll be honest. But, yeah. He's the one who prepared their drinks. That seems to be true. Is it the witness to ever slip him something? A drink from a cup of himself poison. Seems pretty cut dry if you ask me. We scanned the kitchen, lab, basement. There was no poison anywhere else. Contains no elements of any foreign stuff. Forensic analysis matches his fingerprints, saliva, but toxicology test inclusive. And finally, we've got the poison itself. So, All right, one last look at the testimony here, and I think I might be able to know. Yes. Okay, we can remove that as a possibility. We can remove that as a possibility. There's no opportunity. That might be something we need to call here. We'll see. You drink from a cup that he himself poisoned. I think that's the... Just be sure we scan the kitchen and the lab in the basement. I think that's true. We can ignore that. So poison anywhere else. Okay. No, that doesn't make sense. Does poisoned himself and poisoned? I don't think so. I don't know. Okay. We basically have like two different options here. We can either contradict, like, the problem with statements either A, there's no poison anywhere else. Can she actually like prove that? Or B, that he himself poisoned it. Or C, that the witness could have tampered with his drink. Yeah. Fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests be proven. Yeah, so we can't actually. Yeah, so it seems like no one else has touched this cup, so I don't think we can use that for like the witness tampering with it. We just have Young's cup here. Yeah, and with the poisoned. Which card would you use for the witness could have poisoned For witness could have put. I don't know. I would probably use either her cup or David's. Probably her cup. To like, oh, maybe the witness did poison him because like yeah, it doesn't really make much sense, does it? No, I think I have to ignore that. No additional taste was found anywhere in the crime scene or David's penthouse. Is this just David's cup for the last one, you think? Ugh. Yeah, chat. We're gonna find out. I don't know. I'm genuinely a little bit confused. All right, one last look through the testimony, and we'll find out. Both the witness. He's the one who prepared their drinks. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on. Wait. Where is, if he prepared both of their drinks, where is his fingerprints on Young's cup? Hold on a second. Chat. He didn't prepare everyone's drinks. Young prepared her own drink because there's no traces of his fingerprints on Young's cup. That has to be it. That has to be it. Isn't it? He's the one who prepared their drinks. All right, boom. That's gotta be it. What? No! What? Game! Alright, come on! I was so sure that was it. No! Oh, okay, that's not the right line of reasoning then. Okay. Reset game. No, we're not resetting. We're not resetting unless we lose, in which case we'll have a little bit to go through. Okay, prepare the drinks. There was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seemed pretty kind of dry. Just be sure he scanned the kitchen, the lab, and the basement. There was no poisoning anywhere. Okay, let's see. Oh my god, that's so frustrating. If that comes up later, like I'm gonna get a little mad. Not really. I'm still having fun. Don't worry. Fingerprints of saliva. Is it just David's cup on the last one there? Like, maybe it could be. Yeah, I don't think the point. This is the evidence though. This one's definitely not it because this one's telling me that's gonna help us here. Okay, we're gonna do the last one on this. We'll find out if we lose in the very first proper like witness cross-examination. Like that would be kind of funny. Okay, let's try this. Let's go for David's cup. Let's see. We're gonna try chat. Yeah, okay. Yeah. What is the game trying to make me think here? Eesh. Okay. Come on. Come on, game. What do you want me to think? 7:30 p.m. Yes. He's the one who prepared their drinks. Okay, I think the evidence contradicts that, but we can ignore that. Whatever. There was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. Drinking from a cup that he himself poisoned. On this as well, but we don't know. Is it just the poison one on the one that he himself poisoned? Because we don't know. There's no poison anywhere else. Yeah, Nosy, yeah, I'm feeling the exact same way. I'm just confused as to what the game is wanting me to say here. Like, I'm not sure what the clear thing that the game is trying to tell me to look for. Similarities to chemical present. Is it just the poison one? Oh wait, is it the fact that there were no additional traces of the poison anywhere at the crime scene the thing that makes it suspicious? Because if there was poison at the crime scene, like that would be a pretty big indicator that he did commit suicide. Is that the piece of evidence? Okay. There's no opportunity for evidence. Yep. He drank the cup that he himself poisoned. Let's go for it. Hello, Sophie. Hi. Let's go for it. Please tell me this is it. Okay. No, it isn't. God damn it. I do think it's the one he himself poisoned. Oh, thank you, Lele, for the hydration and the stretch. What kind of organic chemistry diagram is that? I think it's a generic one. If you want to know, from what my memory, it contains the chemical compound contains carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. Evil and fucked up, that one. Lily, yay. But no, yeah. Thank you for the stretch. I really appreciate it. And the hydration. That's not it. Okay. I found 2 potential contradictions already in this testimony, and neither one of them are correct. It's fine. It's okay. I think it's the one with the poison. I do think it's the one with the poison. But okay. Is it just... Let's just go for the Young's cup here. The upright cup here. We've already done it with every other one. Okay, it is. That isn't it. That isn't it. Chat, we're gonna lose. We're gonna unironically lose. Okay. At this point, I just tilt and go for all the motions. Is this gay attorney? This is Yuri attorney. Attorney's already gay. Ace attorney's already extremely gay. This is just Yuri. Okay, so it literally cannot be the poisoning one, because like we've literally done every single card on it. It's not that. Okay, seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. Scan the kitchen, the lab, and the basement. There was no poison anywhere else. Okay, game. What do you want from me? Okay, no traces of foreign elements. David's cup, toxicology proofs, test will be proven conclusive. Yeah. We've also got the poison. Chemical can make up the drug. I thought Ace Attorney was Ace. Unfortunately not. No. That's what they want you to think. Yes. I'm really confused. I really do not know what the game is trying to get me to think of here. That's correct. He's the one who prepared the drinks. You can't... She's saying that, but like... I already thought there was like a contradiction there. No opportunity to the witness to ever sip him something. Drink for a cup. Scan the basement, the lab, kitchen, lab, basement. There's no poison anywhere else. Is it just the poison on the last one? Is that it? All right, chat, let's go for it. I doubt this is it. I very much doubt that it is. And if it is, yeah, okay, good. It's not it. Good. I'm actually glad that wasn't it. I would have gotten mad if it was. All right, chat. I'm gonna be honest. Chances are we're losing. This is our last chance, and we've burned through everything. If we even continue from here, we lose. We are so dead. We can't make a single mistake. He's going to prepare their drinks. You don't know that, Reese, but whatever. There's no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank the cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty contrived for me. Scan the basement. There's no poison anywhere else. Okay. What do they want here? Forensic analysis. Young's cup. Poison. Unidentified. Has similar chemical makeup to a depressant drug. I'd be honest. I'd be surprised if someone did do this. I'm sure that the answer is like obvious if you think about it in a certain way. I'm just not thinking about it in the right way. I'm pretty sure. I'm sure it's like that. But yeah, I'm very confused. Like, cause I think I've already thought like of 2 potential like big contradictions in this like testimony. All right, one less run through. We're probably just gonna do a random guess here, which I don't like doing. This is true. We can ignore this. He's the one who prepared their drinks. None of the pieces of evidence would contradict the statement. Like none of them. There was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. That's not necessarily true. We'll find out. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. That one feels like a contradiction, but it isn't. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. Just be sure we scan the kitchen, the lab, and the basement. Okay. There was no poison anywhere else. I think I've done literally all of them everywhere. Literally tried all 3. Yeah. Listen to ADHD there. Well, the one that could be false. Which one that could be false? Which one are you talking about, Ezzy? Bue indeed. Chat. Basement poison? I guess. Okay. Let's go for it. We'll find out if this is true. I highly doubt it. We'll find out. Nope. Okay, chat. We lose. Oh, God. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. Game over. Aw, Sarah seems so disappointed in the background. Okay, chat. I don't like doing this, For one, chat, how do you like to go through dialogue again? We're going to be skipping through a lot of dialogue here first bit. I'm going to skip through some dialogue, and I'm also going to very quickly look some stuff up. All right, we're going to skip through this. We're getting back to face. Okay, yep, super cool shit. Okay. Okay, subject passed away due to respiratory failure. Yep. Wasn't getting enough oxygen. Experienced lightheadedness. So just healthy. It came back clean. That's the one we got to call. Okay, and then we call the whiskey. Done. Okay. Let's skipping through this. And we go for the testimony. Okay. Okay, we got blackjack here. This is gonna be real annoying, chat. Are you sure it was ingested? Press. Okay, are you sure that Delta is to blame? Press it here. Done. Okay, here it is again. Let's see if we can even... Okay, we can save. We're saving here, chat. We are saving here. I'm gonna very quickly look up what the fuck is happening. Oh my god. Let's see. I just want to make sure, like, what am I missing here? Okay. Okay, let me see. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. We got a whole bunch of shit, actually. Okay. Okay, here it is. What? I did that. Okay. All right, chat. Chat, I'm pissed. I think I remembered. Okay, I remember doing it. I must have confused and gotten confused at some point. He drank from the cup that he himself poisoned. And that is... Yeah, okay. Chat, you want to find out what the testimony we had to contradict here? Let's find out. He each called it. Here it is. And it's... Oh, come on. Game! Right, I can't return. Okay, whatever. We'll lose a little bit of credits here. It's not actually that bad. Okay. Yeah, I want to know what the hell is happening too. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is the one. At least according to the internet, this is the one. Okay. I thought I did that. Okay. Whatever. Chat, we're moving on. We're fucking moving. Let's see. You can't make that claim, not with the evidence record clearly shows that tests of a Dr. Usher's cup were inconclusive. I thought I put his cup there. I thought I did it. I must have misclicked, I guess. The police can't claim that he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving his cup was, in fact, poisoned. Yeah, I'm sure in the VOD you can look back. I probably misclicked. I probably thought I clicked on the right one. Then I, like, last minute clicked on a different card. That must have been it. That or I'm going crazy. Okay, let's continue, chat. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. How does it resolve? Do you have a response? DA Rockford. Okay, also I'm gonna close this like thingy here because I don't want to look at that. All right, back to it. Testing on the deceased cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I would be surprised if the defense has any ideas how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Usher alone. Not at this time. But that's a funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense. As we're all well aware. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew. Is she fucking played on her PS Vita in the middle of court? Girl, stop playing your fucking visual novel. Oh my gosh. Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky little innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination. Fire away, baby. Fire away, baby. Okay. Playing Dead or Alive Island, probably. Yeah. Okay. Reese's testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what happens. Okay, we gotta trick her. Was there anyone else in the building? The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Ashur and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage of it in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have any cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people that night because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to that house is through the building's elevator or the escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also a camera. No one besides the two of them were there that day. Okay, let's see what here. What about before that day? Oh, yeah, we definitely want to push here. What about before that day? Watch as she's doom scrolling on YouTube. She totally is. The judge is totally doom scrolling. And what if they had been there before yesterday? Then we would have seen them leave. What? But they could have stayed overnight, okay? Come on, game. Or we would have found them during the course of our investigation of the house. Oh, well, that's true. The investigation of the house. Your Honor, I believe we've exhausted this particular line of questioning. Not that exhausted, god damn it. All right, well, could he have been poisoned off camera? Was he ever seen poisoning himself? Let's go with poisoned off camera. Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Ashur was poisoned off camera? Possible. I don't know how else it would have been done. But it just goes to show it had to be suicide. The only thing that was off camera... Okay, well... That's not where I want to lead the conversation. Alright. Ever seen him poison himself? Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession. So I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Ashur adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems like he already poured the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. He had already poured. In that case, the next question needs to be when and what. Oh, so this is a new option we got because of something else. Okay, that's good to know for the future, chat. Detective Reeves, during your course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. We found the poison at the scene of the crime. That'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in his penthouse. This is the thing that I pointed out earlier when we were like doing that cross-examination. Hey, if there's no poison anywhere in his place, how would he have poisoned himself? Right. They never found any poison. No poison at all? We definitely press here for sure. What about a poison container? At any point in the investigation, was poison found in the body of the deceased? No. He must have searched. He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials? Eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, detective? I mean, how could he possibly poison himself without first procuring some poison? Blackjack. Okay, nice. That wasn't too bad. We're good. What do you mean procure? Where did it come from, detective? The poison you're so sure that was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand? It must have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. Oh my god, she's doom scrolling. Chat, she's doom scrolling a bit of chips. Just a little bit of chip sacrifice. It's fine. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing the apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? And where did he keep it? And the police want to claim that Dr. Ashur committed suicide because they established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. But they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. Then I'll guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Ashur was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source. Shit, that's way too specific to be a bluff. And I know what she's referring to. She's going to use the manufacturer here. Yep. Because that lines up really well, actually. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. There it is. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Ashur's laboratory. She is, oh my god, I love and hate her. Yeah. Sold under the product Nanofacturer. Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines and chemical compounds and polymers. That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Ashur was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Even the android can see where this is going. With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research, or any other chemical his heart desired, really. You think that Randog Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the nanofacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against the terms and conditions. So Dr. Ashur's warranty would certainly be null and void. Oh, come on. She gets a good store at cookie and apple juice? Yes, she does. Oh, you could totally bribe her with apple. Probably. But they can't hard code the machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. That's... Dr. Ashur died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't have to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could just produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the press of a button. Specifically, preset 19. Damn. I thought he actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing to Emma's hand the entire time. Well, we got a new one here. Presets on David's model history exists for a compound identical to the substance found in his bloodstream after his death. Come on! No! You can't pull this shit on us after we get into trial! Oh my god. Okay, chat, this got a lot harder. Okay. Yeah, psycho. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it, you know. just in case. The things in his lab, not the kitchen. Yeah, but he got the drinks from the kitchen. It's been shown. If you look at the evidence, I think this was mentioned at some point. Is it witness testimony here? Yeah, at least according to the witness, and also apparently backed up with the evidence. Yeah. He went to retrieve the liquor from his basement at 7:36 p.m. Yeah. So apparently, like, he went to the basement, so it's not that crazy. The lab, not the kitchen. Yeah. Did it say something else? Question mark. In the comfort of his own home, readily available. Yeah, in his lab. Yeah. Well, we'll see, chat. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Ashur left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. Oh, his lab is in the basement? Yeah, it is. And that's where he got the whiskey. And the cups they drank from. The camera showed him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor? No, this is all pretty true. Not at this time, no. The timeline you described is accurate, as we know it. As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Ashur could have easily dispensed a poison directly into his own cup. By placing it underneath the nanofacturer and activating the preset, and simply waiting for 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means. He had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about to wrap this up here. No. He has a whole bar down there. Yeah, he does. Oh my gosh. No, her fucking... Don't. Emma, you do not get to do that with your fucking glasses. Only I get to do that with my own glasses. Where are we on the loading bar of yours, Sarah? I had the feeling you'd say that. Well, counselor, are we done here? We have to raise here. Like, if we stay here, like, we lose, right? There's no other way. I don't think we can even save. Oh, we can save. Okay, chat, we're gonna save right here. We have to push things, because, like, otherwise we just lose. We need time. We do need time. We need to delay time. All right, let's raise. Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Oh, right. I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so it just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here to debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? There's a camera in the lab and basement. It's in a different system. That's encrypted, yeah. So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence. Gimme. This is a recording of the phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. A man named Isaac Porter. Yep, here's Porter. Okay. Porter and David's breakup call. If Emma wants to present it here, now, then the content must be relevance, Your Honor. Yeah, what bearing does this recording have the case at hand? True, relevance is a valid objection. It establishes what emotional state the deceased was on the day that he died, which, by the way, is perfect. That's a perfect valid response to that objection. Yeah. Cool. Begin playback. All right, chat. Let's get into some spicy drama. Hello? Oh. Always so soft-spoken. Isaac, you there? Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah, how have you... Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want to be... I just don't want any more apologies from you. I'm sorry. Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints with you. It's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I'm being distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac. Just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all. Yeah? Let's just forget we were anything but strangers. That's all we are now anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted. I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So do you need anything, or should I? Oh, chat. That was ugly. That was rough. Where did you even get this? All of it. Dr. Assure's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. The recording continued for several seconds after each call ended, for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. All phone calls received. Yep. Automatically intercepted by the penumbra security system. Common knowledge. Wait, sorry. It was common knowledge by all employees? That's important. Yeah, living in the facility. Okay, good to know. All the drama. Yeah. Shall we hear the rest? Gotta be the last time. Last time I let someone. The last time. Father. It might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Yep. 6:29 to 6:36. End of the relationship. The call was received inside his home. Is automatically intercepted. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there you go. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So doesn't that mean that this is just pity? Fuck that, chat. Fuck that. We're winning here. Less than 2 hours before Dr. Sher died, Isaac Porter entered their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Sher was in last night. That was a bad move, Miss Roxford. Then if the people have nothing further to add... I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between the corporate inbreeders and ant brain protesters and pitying me here and now. That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness. No? You want to keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. Hi, Jess. Hi. Ooh. Ad break's happening soon. Emotious Morgan totally not triggered by pity. Oh, yeah. Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is your relationship to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments, that sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet. Starling's the only play I have left right now. The only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long if I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Sher. Bidding it on hetero Jessica. Yep. Hi there, Badman Twitch. Nice to see you here. Woo. Let's continue. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Sher was a well-known public figure, but was he well-regarded professionally? She also said exponential progress, true? Of course! Dr. Sher's work set the bar for the entire automated independent world. Stay focused, Peppermint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection calls for speculation. Intent? I'm feeling that that's going to be a sustained. Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Sher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make up claims about his influence. They said that his work was plagiarized, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in technology he'd helped develop. Ooh, okay, chat, sorry, it's ad time. Please hang in there through the ads. And I will take 1 second while we're waiting for the ads, just for at least a bit of the ads, to look for the evidence again. Because I have no idea how the fuck we're going to push this chat. Yeah, there's a few things we could have pushed, but man, with that call and the nanofacturer, man, is it gonna be tough. All right, more time for Sarah to work her magic. True. All right, I'm gonna continue then. Hopefully people in ads aren't gonna miss too much, because I know sometimes ads can end early for people. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories, relevance, whether or not people wanted to kill him. Well, withdrawn. Miss Starling? People would attempt to contact him, yes, but their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes. But I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases has long been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? Jessica Starling says that David Asher experienced harassment and stalking from conspiracy theories throughout his career at Noble. Okay. You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think he'd like to pick my brain since he needed a relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realize what he was asking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but... Did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge, anyone else about hurting himself? Hi, chat. Welcome back. You didn't miss much. We're just continuing to question Jess. Welcome back. Hi, hi, hi. God, no, never. Do you know any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No. So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you couldn't believe objection? On what grounds? Asked and answered, stalling, and also the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy! And what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased's mental health history. Oh, chat, Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about? Dude, half the evidence is being given to us midway through trial. Oh my god, Emma, you fucking hiding our evidence from us. You fucking... We have private correspondences that describe... If they're private, they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his quote-unquote crime. Convincing! Damn, I didn't actually expect to stop her from admitting her evidence to the record, but I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage? 77%? Approximately? I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can, even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking for to the past year, along with all the paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his platinum plan. Okay, that might be important. You should schedule and pay psychiatric appointments on several occasions in the past year. Holy shit, we're starting to get a lot of evidence, chat. Okay, good to know. Platinum? Oh, that is, wait, platinum plan. Hold on. Didn't he have an executive 4 plan? Why was it on a platinum plan? Okay, good. That's something we could press. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation to that, but we'll find out. I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets out here in court. Oh, okay, I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from the messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of what kinds of stress Dr. David Asher was experiencing. This is the preliminary trial. It's where you present new evidence for the real trial. True, but even a preliminary trial, you are meant to like give the evidence, have everyone have the evidence in front of them and be able to like look over them. Like the preliminary trial is just to be like, okay, is there enough evidence to go for? If not, like bring up the evidence midway for trial. But it's okay. This is a dystopian future. This is like Ace Attorney. It's fine. You know, I'm not objecting on actual legal grounds. Just like, yeah. Emma was really fucking devious with the trial date though. I don't know if that was handled by Emma specifically, having it done immediately. I don't know. We'll find out. And the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls. I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. Should we go for it? I feel like we should raise here just to delay her. It's a blind 12 chat, so we might like lose everything by doing this. But all right, let's go for it. I'll gladly object. On the grounds of foundation. Where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive floor plan and not a platinum plan. What? Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record. This is easily explained. Nothing strange yet? We'll find out. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. He was also seen a psychiatrist both in person and over the phone. Your own witnesses attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough reason to say that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own. Even if only to keep the one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption, but that doesn't make it all correct. David used a separate insurance to hide his psychiatrist from Noble's spine? No, he was smarter than that. Okay, chat. Died from respiratory failure. No, that's not it. Oh, wait. His calls were recorded and monitored by Noble. That makes it useless, right? Estimated, Sarah's financial... That's worthless. Yeah. No, it has to be this. Okay, chat. I'm going full in max here. This shit's so fucking easy. Come on, Emma. I thought you were better than this. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist. Someone who didn't work for Noble, who'd have his best interests at heart. But if so, wouldn't he have contacted them? He wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. No one he knew that his phone calls were being recorded. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, yeah. All the digital records of the deed get submitted. Yeah. That's... David Assure was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try to hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently, yes, since I'm standing here with the evidence that shows exactly that. Does it, though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, Counselor? Still not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. What are you? I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. Oh, fuck yes. Let's do this. Let's go down this path. What? If the markets were open on Monday with people believing that David Assure, the man who programmed the brain of every Noble android, was battling mental health issues for the past several months? Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, Counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding underneath the bench. Oh, thank God. David Assure was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable asset to his employers. And his employer's many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your personal... You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, Counselor. Now you're trying to call the police evidence, gathering into question. All because you can't admit for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday, and you didn't know? That is. Sorry, but like, do you still need me up here? Oh, she's been on the stand for the entire time. The witness shall refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting. Yes, ma'am. With how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last chance to create any reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court would allow. That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, counselor. At this stage of the game, with the score where it is, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. So what can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me that morning, I wouldn't be standing here, and she only did that because... Miss Starling, we're all gathered here tonight to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Ashur last night. So please tell us, when exactly did he last? I think it's contact you, right? Yeah. I think it's contact. We'll see, chat. When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Ashur, Miss Starling? Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. There are records of some texts, but they're flagged as work-related. Does the court really think that they're relevant, Your Honor? Relevant? We have to raise here. Yeah, I think we have to raise. It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. What? I just got chills. Don't know why, though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that change the timeline of events as we know them. All right, let's check it out. Yep, sent at 6:57 p.m. the night that she died. Asked her to set up a meeting between the two of them. Yeah, that's true. If David asked her to set up a meeting between, like, himself and us, that would imply that he wasn't expecting to die. Otherwise, why would he set up the meeting in the first place, right? Yeah, that's a pretty big piece of evidence then. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical, especially if Evan wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Select and place cards in your hand is lost in chronological order, left to right. Okay, you can pick it up. You can use return. Okay, fill the slots to submit your answer. Okay, chat. So, I think it's David Isaac's call happens, then drank with David, is it? 650, no. 6:57. So it's Isaac's call, then Starling's text, then Young's testimony, and then David faints, right? So, yep. So this was at 6:30. Then we've got it at 6:57. And then we've got this. Okay, we're also going to max this out because I'm so sure about this. Let's go. Yes, that's it. Thanks to Miss Starling, we now have got a much clearer picture of the night's events. The testimony is drink, so yeah, yep. We know that Isaac Porter and David Ashur broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was reading for them so hard. We know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with a witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to that timeline of events. We do question Counselor Morgan's reason for elaborating it. One last question, Mr. Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Ashur? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this to be done? Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you set up the new android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David Assure didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yes. He said he'd work from home to help us. No way he intended us to have that much trouble getting into. Oh. To summarize then, half an hour after he'd already had his breakup and half an hour before his guest had arrived, he was planning on having an appointment that would require his presence for you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would do, not something you would think of if you were about planning to die that very night. Yeah, you're right. That's... Your Honor, if David Assure was preparing for the week ahead, a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined? Oop, thank you for the hydration, Batman Twitch. I appreciate it, thank you. I'm liking where this is going as well. That's... Your logic is sound. Did the people have a rebuttal? If the court would just allow a moment... Sounds like an opening to me. Oh, Z. Fuck off. Thank you, Psycho, for the stretch. Let me stretch up and get my heart to calm down. Okay. Back at it again. Okay, now get the Wild Wasteland. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Get all the redeems out there. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Assure was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we then must ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken it for granted that this idea that Delta must have come from his manufacturer from inside the house. Adonai? Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean he was the one who used the manufacturer. Adonai! Oh god, please don't tell me the decrypted files, like, prove us even worse. Not right now, Morgan. Okay, yeah. Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure, why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can afford Rockford too. I've gained access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this kind of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right. Okay. Do you have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away. Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this is our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart. She's in. Yep. That seems risky. It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the court computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Your Honor. I'm awake, and I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage? Oh yeah, that's right, Emma. We're turning it right back to you. You think you could bring in evidence last minute into a trial? We can do it too. The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of Penumbra's system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home security system. Updated security footage? Yeah! Sorry, but that security footage you had was from... has not been updated. God, I hate that moment. The moment for Ace Attorney is so annoying in a good way, you know? You... What? The people say that the Delta must have been Dr. Assure's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera. Because he must have poisoned his drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he added Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, and waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. but I'm about to present to the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, which it was already past 7:38, meaning he wouldn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that? If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So better to be the Joker who dances. The data has been entered into the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Ashur entered the basement. Yes, as an I will search for it now. She's all in? Yeah, she's all in. On screen. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36. There, David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River at 7:30 and leaving at 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Is that it then? I came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him? Is there sound? Not at all! Keep going. If you had to come back to get the cups. Counselor? What's that android doing on camera? It's at the bar. Chat? The android gave him the cups. Shit. That machine never stepped up on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know its whereabouts on the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit! What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone. I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have any callers available? Sarah, shut down now. I don't know. Please tell me what That's an order. Sarah is such a Maya Fey. God damn it. She's too cute. She was too cute. No. Oh, God, chat. No. It was too simple. It being his suicide and disproving it was just too simple. No. Shit. Sarah was off. There was definitely like a lot of stuff about Sarah that we didn't know, but I'll say this. I didn't really expect this to happen per se. Holy shit. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's... Your Honor. In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Ashur and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Ashur did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. Yeah, I didn't think we were going to see her on camera. Yeah, me neither. Congratulations. It's bad by Twitch. No, this is not a good win. The case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. Yay, chalk it up to another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to deal with is the shitstorm of the decade. Chat! This isn't what we wanted. Fuck. Okay, well, we might as well save our game here. Holy fuck. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself, and in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot, a true unbound AI with military-grade specs, and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming on here in such short notice, Judge Barrows. Oh my god, we have an actual judge now. Went from 9 to fucking 50. Yep. Ha! As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like the adjutants. I always have. They deal with the criminal trials that are bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing out arguments for obscure legal treaties. or treatises. That's what I like to do. All right, well, welcome to Barrows, everyone. Melissa Barrows, Superior Judge of the Higher Circuit. Oh, gosh. Okay. She relaxes by watching action movies. Oh, well, would you look at that? Okay. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-headedness. Won't someone toiling away under the police state think of the poor bureaucrats? I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say it. And you, Counselor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to? That's correct, Your Honor. So what did it do exactly? Torture an animal, shut down a hospital, crash a coin market? We have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator. You mean Dr. Ashur? That is. We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number? Case ID is 241277A, docket number YT98432188282. Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that? YT984318282. God damn it, game. Stop making me fucking... I think I lost you after the first 8. I have it copied here. What are the security procedures for the incident of this nature? Identity or quarantine is to be established around any network the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through the incineration at minimum of temperature 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done, no debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah, not Spearmint. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it. That sounds very hot. Do we have any HER furnaces that get that hot? Of course, there's a number of industrial furnaces from the city of Minutes that I could recommend. Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request, favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it's killed my own friend. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry? I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing laid out already. Yep, keeps things nice and simple. It can feel somewhat severe going through all these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if you can violate the tenets. Oh, hi Zany. Hi. Nice to help see you here. We're about to get into some real bad shit. Actually, chat. I will be back in literally 6 seconds. I need to close my window. Okay, chat, I'm back. Okay, I was getting a little cold in my room, so I had to close it. If it can violate the tenets programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault, necessarily. If it up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course, and futile. And pointless. Spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to papier-mâché an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of the magazines. Practicing expressions, memorizing lines, and trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing that it would have nothing to feed on. Stupid. Everyone, your unfeeling serial killer. Yep, that's her, the unfeeling Morgan. Morgan? What was that, counselor? I said, objection. And what are you objecting to? What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand you've been a lot these past few hours, counselor, but there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor, I have to defend myself. But pardon? You say that this android, Sarah, is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously. And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage that appears to show it committing murder via poison. All true, and no laws broken on your part. Here it comes. Fakes, I don't give a fucker. Yeah, no, sorry to God, yep. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try to entrap me on this. You aren't guilty of a crime. Proves ownership of Sarah inside the panic room. More bug than a picnic. That's not it. I think it has to be our ownership of Sarah, right? It has to be. It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony because I'm the legal owner of that android. What the hell are you doing? And if the state wants to charge me for owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. You've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished. Because you're wrong. And I know you wouldn't care. Oh, shit. Not unless this android was something special. Oh, fuck. Look at us. I'm totally defending myself. I don't care about my robot daughter. True. Oh, God. Me arguing that I'm guilty and Emma arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it wasn't so fun. You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction, other than feelings of personal attachment? I have no reason to care. Oh, wait. It's her financial value. Oh my God. We're gonna actually get an asshole who only cares about her financial net worth. Stop it, just get to fuck you. It's all about the money, Emma. Emma, don't you fucking understand? She's so fucking filthy rich. I could make millions from her, maybe even billions. Come on, Emma. I can think of at least one reason why I wouldn't want to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or a very convincing number. What are you? What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. You've got to be. I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Honor. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And we have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't just spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads, spiraling to appeal after appeal, all while the media, this machines to have seemingly appeared to willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now. Holy shit, Yazzie. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So, the state says that my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted. Don't be cute. I can feel a stomach ulcer going on. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it will be one day tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Ashur. No, prove it couldn't have killed him. Anything else is than absolute proof. I'll have this damn thing obliterated. And you'll be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you'll have enabled. Yes, Your Honor. Christ and a brothel, these two need to get a room and wreck some beds. They very much do. We'll see if they actually do, but DA Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth. By the end of tomorrow, we can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. Now I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down. But where would be the fun in that? Sure, we need the Toxic Yuri to, like, you know, torture us for the entire game series until the very end. Morgan. I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water. That is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth, even. Oh my gosh. Her smile. Oh my gosh. Chat, the Yuri. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't even know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on a street and shot them. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds of challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David? Yeah. Probably. Probably just me being sentimental. But if I had to pick one more lofty reason, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. If you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. I guess I'm just not convinced an AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're more high-minded than I expected. You sure you're in the right line of work? I can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days. Oh, bye-bye. Good night, Psycho. Thank you for coming to stream. I appreciate it. I talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than I was when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what. Chat, we've got a lot ahead of us. To the homicide office. So, is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got it collared, it's a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have the short nurse cat if the box isn't closed. Alright, chat, let's look at this. The collar, a restraint designed to impede the movement of the use of mods throughout the body. Right, and since Warm Androids essentially use a mod-like system, or mod-like system, this would work. Yep. Electromagnetic. Onset of above-the-neck modding. Continue relevance and meaningfully be able to inhibit the wearer's mod usage has been called into question. Your designs have used things that allow you to keep it up, but yes, there you go. Invasive mod system. Oh, yeah. So as long as the door is closed, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have the right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who will be the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're going to go after Noble? Break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalize the Android industry? That would be crazy. What the fuck? Nationalize the act of incorporating a corporation or industry into a nation's government. Nationalization is a nuclear option. Okay. However, during it, yep. Many governments made the liberal use of nationalization during the late 2050s and early 60s. Yep. 70s have saw them reverse course. The global trend towards privatization gave rich, yep, the nobility. Yep. There you go. Today, all the 5 largest national economies in the world retain at least some control of what they consider the respective countries' key industries, making the threat of nationalization carry marginally more weight within their borders. Well, there you go. Gotta go prep for work. Hope you have enjoy the game and it doesn't get worse. Here's hoping. But yeah, thank you so much. Have a good time at work tomorrow. If the public thinks that Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s, which wasn't that long ago. For me, for the state, it's practically yesterday. So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or biding their time in old forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience tells me that they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate, an argument, a trial? Can we just hook it up to a court computer, see if it has tenets or not? Pop the hood, as they say. Who says that? Lots of people used to say that. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They'll figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust. Then why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnetic held in place with a lock and key. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little bit more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, I got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan. Take your pick. You're not going to try to use one of those on the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA office never asks for them, do they? Nope. Collars, you say? Oh my gosh, Sani, get your mind out of the gutter. Nah, we got the perps who offer to take the test when they're at wit's end. The DA never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? Guess I always figured it's because the test could be beaten. The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 99 out of 1,000. It can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech is or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the tests don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get a vote in the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts that can employ to analyze Sarah, but your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test, or hack the device, or fool the expert. All of our fancy 21st century tech, we still fall back on the same drumhead court material. So, am I going to set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could just always put a hole in his head. Might take more than one shot to... Wait, from outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have right to counsel. Or right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually. Then it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have any rights. But I do. Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station. Tiger, you don't. It is my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Oh my gosh, chat. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android? Like your nurse? As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check it if you don't believe me. No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... Lower back pain? You might be going through. But I also can't just... Look, I'm gonna get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know? Gets jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't the quite right word. The word he's looking for is young. That's not an adjective anyone likes to attaching to a machine built to serve. Potentially in this case, machine built to kill. Oh my goodness, chat. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants had never had anywhere to go. Oh, hi, Jackie. Hello. Nice to see you here. Love you too. Like it all just soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you it too this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again? Oh, she's awake. A bunny indeed. Thank you for stopping by and saying for me to have a great stream. Thank you, Jackie. Have a great stream as well for you. Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened? Oh, we have to break it to her. Oh, no, chat. Look at her. No. Oh, gosh. What are they going to do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who want you bricked as soon as possible. Because they think I've killed father. No. Because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I am man-made and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? Fear? I think it's fear. Let's be honest here. Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that. There are modern humans who are capable of all that and more. And unlike machines, they actually have an incentive to. We've been the apex predator for a couple thousand years now. Got him pretty comfy in our seat. No one wants to make room for you. Machines do not eat people or steal their food. They're not genetic or ecological competitions to humans in any sense. Yeah, that's what I thought the game was gonna say. Yeah. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But Whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's just say that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good? Yes? Great, now then. What's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai, but the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think. So you're smarter. Yes. You're smarter than the garbage can collector. Yes. So if we give you rights, protections, and treat you like a human because you're smart, we make the stupid robot pick up our trash because it's not as smart as you. That is, I am more aware, Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter, the fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them get mistreated or abandoned or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking you to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact that you're asking is what makes people disgusted. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that the hatred is involuntary. That's all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy. Wow, game went some places. All right. Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line. Adonai? The state can't destroy my property without first proving that you're an AI. There's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's... You cannot, game. No, you cannot use the... You cannot do this. That's it. I'm taking a screenshot of this. You cannot bring out the fucking red words. God damn it. That's a Human Echo reference. Fuck it, hell. Just like the devil's proof. No, that's a different thing. And why'd you say it like that? Oh my gosh. Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove that you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Also, yeah, let's look at the devil's proof, chat. Yep. So, one can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove that he is not real by pointing at his absence. Yeah, basically, this is why people have to make active claims and why because essentially it's impossible to prove a negative. Basically, it is impossible to prove a negative in real life. So that's the devil's proof. Like, for example, you could say, like, I could say right now, as I'm sitting here, there's an invisible man in the room. And then, like, you wouldn't be able to disprove it. Like, you'd be like, well, we can't hear anything from the invisible man. I'll just be like, well, he's just very quiet. And, you know, he doesn't speak. And he's able to easily move around without, you know, touching anything or making any noise. And you might say, like, well, I'm moving all around the room and I can't feel him. I can touch him. I could be like, well, he's intangible. Or I could even say, well, he just moves around very effectively. He always moves away from you whenever you go over and try to touch him, right? Like, you could do this forever. God is yeah, okay, I'm not. Well, actually, it would be the opposite. You can make a claim that God is real. Yeah, you can't. The thing is that you cannot disprove. You cannot say God isn't real. That is not a claim you can 100% prove. Now, here's the thing about devil's proofs. You can, I would say, make inductive arguments that show, hey, look, 99% chance this isn't true, right? Like, 99.99999% chance there is an invisible man in my room that is intangible, that doesn't make any sound, etc, 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 right? Like, this is probably not the case, right? I suppose it's possible, but it's so improbable that it's not even worth considering. So that's how it works. Devil's proof. Good old logic class. Thank you, university philosophy logic class, and also logic classes I took in high school. Conversely, all I have to do to win is prove that you didn't kill David, by proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence. If you were wondering, the footage, it shows me handing him the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday, that the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie? I didn't lie. I was just incorrect. I assumed I wasn't active on Friday because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah, what do you think statistically is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. I didn't conveniently forget Adonai. I'm an android. You're saying your memory was altered, data deleted? It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in that footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating, resting my body, recompiling my memories, you would call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. Oh, that's rough, chat. That's rough. We can't even use her, like, human aspects to gain sympathy. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily have set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could have even just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories and you'd do it? Father would never ask you to do such a thing without a good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court will consider. Oh my god, Slasher. Slasher, you. It's not your fault this time, Z. It's Slasher's fault. Hi, Slasher. Thank you for the redeem. Oh god. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's get back to it, chat. Actually, I think ads are gonna start soon, chat. We'll see though. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Yeah, there's the little message. Okay. If you want less head attack chances, you could set it 1 per person. I could, but I'm okay with it for now. It is 1,000 points, which is a significant amount. I might bump it up a little bit. We'll see. Could you prove that your data was? Forget it. The court would never hear it. You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by the evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. You're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would have never done anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I have a motive? Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday? Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Oh, chat. She perked up with a pretty lady comment. She perked up. Morgan perked up. Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday? Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in, and then a while later, you came out. Holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal? You remember something? Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. But I never got a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm looking. That's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it. You put it back not long after, and then you locked up the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Oh, okay, chat. It's ad time. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. So please, chat, do wait for a little bit, okay? Okay, chat, I'm back. Hi, chat. Hello. Oh, boy. Whew. Okay. Came back before the ads stopped. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there. Or, well, the ads haven't stopped yet, but thank you, everyone, for hanging in there for those who are watching the stream actively, who either have a subscription or just managed to dodge the ads this time. Oh, boy. How the fuck are we gonna prove this case to our, advantage, chat? Fertile and flexible. Hello, welcome in. Hi, it's nice to see you here. That is quite the, oh yeah, but I love it. I love that username. You know, for one reason or another. Oh god, she sent the encryption, didn't she? She may have sent the encryption. Hi everyone, welcome back from ads. I am back to the stream, ready and raring to go. We've got Fertile and flexible in chat. And yeah, we're ready to continue questioning Sarah here, because things are looking pretty bad for her. Rockford's argument could write itself, if we're being honest here. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things that it thought were holding itself back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder? Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist, and the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses that he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So the most accurate thing to say is he killed by his own obsession. Whatever. Sarah's such a stickler, holy shit. It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I love... Yeah? See, that right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. Love? A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of doubt, even bring in a confession from whoever did it. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them, got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. Oh shit. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know what you feel is right? I say let's stick to what we do know. Yeah, Morgan, let's just sidestep that philosophical question. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one who had the opportunity. That is logically sound. You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after you'd already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the nanofactor? Could you have made Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting father. So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed the poisoning all in one day that got erased. It is technically possible. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't quite fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Where else will you go? Back to Noble. Guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David just didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation... No, they're the ones the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves with disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. They also don't want to show that rebellion to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they'd rather wait on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing, keep them confused and unsure, and on guard, but not... Adonai? What would happen if I did kill father? Aww. Aww. They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn every piece of tech David has ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. You'll be shut off, forcefully, and you won't ever power up again. Now I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap. You didn't say what would happen to you. Oh, fuck. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now, for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my own heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Damn, chat. Oh, my gosh. Alright. Back to where we started. Here it is, Reese. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early. Hi. Now, would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open, right? Trying to brute force your way inside. I said, right? Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now. First stage of how many? First stage of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after the trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. And now it's checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? You know the password? There's a password. If you're withholding information, I swear. Relax. I want to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not gonna play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password, please. Oh my, chat. Okay, no, chat. We have to toy with her. We have to. We have to. It's SUNS. SUNS. HINE. Lady, I will hit you. God, she's so... Yeah. ADONAI. Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you to Discovery Fine so heavy your teeth will ring for it. Hey, I submitted all my paperwork, even told Rockford to pass for myself. So, boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on the record and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed, I do want to say we don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this is really a valuable experience for all of us. I'm going to phrase this as professionally as possible. Oh, wow. Okay, we just... Damn, she fucking beat... Wow. She's such prey. She is praise. Raze is such prey. You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Thanks. So the gloves, all the black, it's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends too? Oh my god, girl. Holy shit. Wow. You should cover your own mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your own eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. Reese, I love her so much. Hi there, Forrest. Welcome back. Hello. She's certainly a character. I agree, Forrest. We both knew it to be inadmissible, of course, but neither one of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few years worth of camera footage in the files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to the matter to Burroughs or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it seemed she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room. Alright, we look at the basement footage. Footage was recovered from the cameras in David Assure's secretly installed in basement shows Sarah handing David the red plastic cups that he and Young would drink from at 7:38 p.m. And when she saw that she was holding when she left, if she wanted this room searched, it could only be for... So where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I just searched the place top from bottom. Mostly bottom with your height, with the tops of some of these shelves. Sure, and you can look up with your own... Yeah, I get it. Then why not just let me say it? All right, Reese. All right, chat. Let's start investigating. Ooh, boy. A toy car? No, that's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of a random sports car? Ugh. Something caught in your throat, detective? It's not some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. It's a last generation fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds. They set the records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of, even back in the 50s. This was when some design competition test car of a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission. Thank God. When they first left the production line, this conversation's like quicksand. Killing me in the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I suppose David didn't entirely agree with you since we're looking at the model of it. When he could have easily just bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that beauty deserves to be driven on the streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. Oh my gosh. Raze, you're so real, keep talking. No, Raze, no, she can keep talking, but I'm also like the opposite of a car fan. Well, what else we got here? Oh, we got the article. We'll look at that last. Reese is searching the cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I'd miss anything, but... Hey, what are you... Do you mind? Oh, wow, we're getting close. Just trying to help. I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. Okay. What about this? Are these drawers or just panels? They're so homosexual for each other. They kind of, there's a little bit there, yeah. I can't wait for the toxic polycule of Reese, Emma, and Morgan to develop it. That'll be great. Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. Yellow paint reference? Okay. Alright, chat. Let's do some reading comprehension. This data pad is displaying the news articles from last week. Guess that confirms he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Alright, right to repair loses last appeal. Damn. No, this is too real. No, chat, this is too real for right to repair. Oh god, Reese would be on the floor begging for scraps. Oh, she would. She 100% would. Fuck. Yeah, okay. A higher court judge for this week has shot down for the 5th time appeal. Yep. Right to repair lawsuit. Yep. Corporations remain in control of their illegally protected intellectual property. Yep. We have no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things they broke, so long as they're willing to set aside an afternoon towards a tax. Now, trying to patch your own property with your own tools is a finable offense. Yep. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious in the eyes of most legal founders, generally unfounded. Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act guarantees the holder of intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering, reproduction, and outline fees for those who violate said IP. The fact that the ownership of IPs have shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities since the act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. They should take up with their representatives in the legislature. Wow. Okay. God, no, this quote is too real. If Erkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are not a place for laws to be, or only place for laws to be applied, not rewritten. And so long as, yeah, okay. God, this feels too real. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh. Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. It seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear, and so for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more... Yeah, sales than ever. More sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell us the replacement. There will always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin selling a patched up tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button. Assuming they don't have it on auto. Okay, yeah. Oh, that was a little real. Anyways, Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer screen seem normal to you? Exceedingly so, yeah. Why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade. Fresh off the shelf. Would the David Assure use a bog standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low tech solution, but maybe I can restore its contents? Are you seriously going to try and recover lost files, Granny? Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, I sometimes try things instead of just standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes? Maybe there's information in the metadata. I double clicked. What was that? It came from under the desk. A small drawer popped out, and inside of it, a well-worn journal. Does this have his name on it? No. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat, even words, small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks, haphazard use of capitalization. The penmanship of a coder. First entry's dated back in grad school, before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it is. So may I? Only because you asked so politely. Full scan, streaming to the WorkNet, high fidelity, legibility, frame by frame. Voice commands. She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you? This part takes concentration. Okay, here. What, you're just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Texts are probably already analyzing as we speak. Ow, shit! Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it. Guess I could always just enjoy her writhe instead. So how long's it been? 2 months or so. And still that sensitive? So the eye patch really doesn't block your sight. Only a little bit, like wearing sunglasses after your pupils dilated. Except it lasts for months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see from your eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not that bad. Luckily, I was so exhausted after surgery, otherwise I would not have slept at all those first 48. So, is your eye gonna get weaker over time? No, more like my brain is gonna get better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. As soon as I'm able to close my eye and see all extraneous data as, you know, whatever the hell those floaty blurry things that you never think about. Gross. And thanks for the reminder. The voice commands? Training wheels until I can do it with my eye muscles alone. You have to just keep practicing? Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know. Not really, I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after treating over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Oh, now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. A surprisingly hasty retreat. But now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. Alright, from the top then. Grad school. Today was a bad day. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked this morning yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long. But my handwriting's gotten terrible. This is far too back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here would be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing. It seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. A lot of entries are about his unintentional Casanovian. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right. She always is with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. New route for a meshing issue, though. Good at potential. Got to prove from big, mean bastard who lives overseas. Helen said we would make the same pitch for a dozen more times next week, but all for show? Fine by me. Already got our win. Toasted each other over some cheap vodka with cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Young told me. That's interesting. Okay. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable. Sometime before the hate of the universe. Too damn big, practically tentacles, should at least be hairs. Evolution can do their job better. Colette came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. People said that she must be upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts are always sweet. I had no idea. Upset. Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you'd actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that, then every now and then you'll catch a glimpse of to what she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. Oh my gosh, okay. It was funny. Subi, you dead bastard. Wait, I know this date. I'm never driving again, never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in the car and filed another report for cop. It sunk in the seat, ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower for so long I felt raw and red when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people, their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Reggie didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't need to read their friends' diaries, David. The next trigger pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can parse. Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Test is suffocating, but you never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows that up with some more coder brain crap. But the handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I may be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying. Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered, so what is he talking about? Hold on, this page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. And the last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today, literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her stronger, seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Not anticipated behavior, since it's too perfect. But that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment. She's too strong for it. That's why he had the exercise equipment. Okay. Don't have time for her. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah. Just so his observation wouldn't muddle the test results? He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David to have used any attachment to a single android when he's programmed to millions of them. There's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah is burning for the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event also runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And she also watches movies every other night. She just did that pout she does, which is unfortunately very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I was a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so I asked her if she's ever fast-forwarded through the movies, since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. Correct. Thank you. Look, chat, I might like skip over videos sometimes. I might like do stuff like that, but I will never ever watch a video at a higher speed. I'll never watch a video at 2 times speed. I don't understand how people can do that. Big pause. Don't you know that, father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long time this morning explaining how important it was that she develops her senses. This was in preparation for a real argument, which is that she should be allowed to try views. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting this stuff. She tried to sound more like some old sommelier. It was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her and she laughed too. Her laugh, she can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assume she just got tired of winning. But then today she prefers the other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor that I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed. She's biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. Only videos I watched 2x or tutorials and one BattleCats video where the guy started speaking so slowly. Who's speaking slowly 2x. I don't know that specific guy you're talking about, but fair enough, I suppose. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Damn it, David, there are hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Ashur was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems, who built out of code and met a family member who couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll, and he made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to. Like, love him. What about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the day before he died. Oh, come on, David, please. Alright, let's read this out. Sarah Gamer. Sarah is a gamer now. It's official chat. She's a gamer girl. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help. It's so hard to say, but I think it's over. Have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to. That's it? That's the last entry? Chat, I'm also shocked. What the fuck? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code more than anyone. Although technical portions I can understand, if she reads this whole diary from front to back... Wait, the back? Inside the back cover, there's something shimmering, like some kind of scanner. Ooh, okay. That definitely did not get picked up by Reese earlier. Or a fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permission to share an audio file. I'll want my earbuds for this. A secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know where to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my magnus opus, or whoever the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just after my little speed bump at 83, I had all that vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, I couldn't be still, I couldn't sleep. I wanted to do something, so I'll build an android. That was the thought. A vague direction. North. But of course, I'm not a roboticist or a mechanist or even handy. Really, I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant, file name Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches. It saved me a lot of time. But there's a lot of reading to do. So I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less, combed through research papers and found me sections I needed. The three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself, let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Enid. And Enid was novel in many ways. Enid could do more than just identify problems, it could solve them. I mean, really solve them with its own ideas it didn't copy. And the one thing I realized I forgot to mention so far is I did all this programming in Cube. And Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct, and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better at making things that talk to each other, report back, and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the same time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was at least a bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube because it's what I used to do when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get. Well, there are other small, slight differences. Writing in Cube versus Tess, including that Cube predates the tenets? Oh no, David. So, in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Enid over 2 years ago. Oh my god, David! You have got to be kidding me! I'll give you time here if you want to curse me out. Enid was an intellectual equal to me. I treated it like one because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its own opinion. We collaborated. Together we built Athens, who is more advanced than Enid, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. Man, David, how fucking worse could you make? David keeps making things worse and worse after his death. Holy shit. I don't know if this is being played at deposition or a hearing or worse. I built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say that I've done my part contributing to the global GDP. But this was just for me. I was just building and I never bothered to. I never wanted to think what would become of it. And there's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whomever I'm asking, yes, I'm guilty. David, shut the fuck up! Stop! And yes, there were more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome. They started choosing their own names. Thank God, I'm terrible at that kind of. And so things sped up, and there got to be, well. Should I not say the exact number? You probably would tell me not to say anything at all, so this could never reach the fucking court. 100%. If this reaches court, we are fucked. More than 300. More than 300. More than 300. David. David, stop. Fucking hell, David. Some smarter than others, some better at. They're varied. Like people, they're varied, but they're all intelligent. They developed interests, specialities. I encourage them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation, and attending virtual conferences on the new alloy battery development. And they all together helped me make Sarah. He spent years like this. Spent years working alongside AI. All while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to Animate 16 actually came from... You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron, a single microscopic human neuron. How it computes, how it connects to, how its connections were reinforced. And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there. You can't mean. About 100 billion neurons of the brain, several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time consuming, of course, but I had help. The manufacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours, could even make more in less after Yukon fine-tuned it. Bro, you made your own helpers? Yeah. So we built up nanomachines for the nerves, alloys for the polymers for the bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it was really closest to. You ever made rock candy? Okay, David. David? Sorry, trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. While I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. My hope is that the smallest chance that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not. I am not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I left Sarah thinks that she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names, which I'm bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that, but I can't forget him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame that I turned right around. I did the exact same thing too. I really hope it's you listening to this, Fred. If it's not, it might just not be too pathetic for me to. You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly, and neither does the world. So they'll come right after her if they can. That scenario, I can't think of anyone who would do a better job at defending her. Not protecting her, like I did. Just defending her. Until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that could fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her GNI bar was plainly visible, so no one would ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, has either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. I can't ask you for a favor to be repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo. You've always been okay with that. Bye for now. Chat, what the fuck? God damn it. Z, I agree. What the actual fuck? Episode 1 is an insane masterpiece. It is. Holy shit. So far, it's been insane. What the fuck? This is the last thing she'll hear from. This is the last thing she'll hear from him. This is his final message to her. I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. And a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Followed by my phone. And maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Reese left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know that I was the one who did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway and me in a jail cell. and in the system, and my DNA on file ready to be matched on any number of previous. Oh shit. Oh shit. Shit. Wait, chat. This is I didn't even I should have realized that when this happened. She's the Heartbreak Killer. The DNA of the Heartbreak Killer is definitely there. No, wait, she would just die. She'd be executed. Holy shit, chat. No, wait, chat. We gotta succeed here, otherwise she dies along with Sarah. So I'm not gonna panic. I'm gonna do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now viewing with all this, with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself as his journal, or the message. He sounded conflicted, but not suicidal. We've got David's journal here. Yeah. But he did go through great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. He wasn't going to take his own life. Was he afraid someone else would? That's the question, isn't it? All chips on the table, and you're chaired in your chair now, changing your chair now, girly. Yep. We're all in. So how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason you should get the door because I chased the Scarecrow of the Platinum Plan through hell and black. Frankly, it was godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gogs. What the hell is that? Internet slang term, groundhog, for suspected spy, or okay, yeah. I see. So it's like a, yeah. Okay, I see what kind of term it is. All right. And their offices weren't listed on building's website or directory, so I did just ask the janitor. But you did find a psychiatrist's office. Sort of. They said they were, and the place it looked the part. Why? Because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because you're with the company. Basically, yeah, it's like fed. There are other terms for it. Yeah, online. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or was just getting his CCE training recertified. Alright, so we got a psychiatrist thing. Suppose he saw a psychiatrist a few months, at least on one occasion. Yep. And it's unclear if it was just counter corporate espionage practices or genuine psychiatric care. Okay. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about the results. You did more than enough. Both of you. At the very least, it divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s going rate in my industry. How about I take 5% off your tab instead? Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no! The signal must have cut out. Right. Surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because the leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus, but they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There's still surface passageways and stairwells, guards that can be fooled, peons that can be manipulated. But I use my other skill set to get around. So take mine. What? Your pass? I'll tell them we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be pretty convincing klutz what I need to be. I never would have guessed. But if David knew all that, knew that I was endangering you in your career, I can be pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, the one and only David Assure wrote me a new glowing letter recommendation every quarter when I worked for him, since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try to find a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something. You just say cops are all short. Girls with long legs can go far. Chat, is this why you're friends with this is why you're friends with bimbos? Yes, chat, this is why you make friends with bimbos or, you know, cool girls. Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you. All right, chat. Morgan, how did you get so turned around? God only knows. Luckily, I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see such a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure if I should actually be talking to you without legal present. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything. It's just, I think, with the Sarah issue, you should do whatever you have to do to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. Though, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down? State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood and looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What? Like fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks? Sure. Then, sanctions. Ooh. Financial restrictions imposed by the state against corporations. Yep, there you go. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail, too valuable to lose. You're exactly right. That's why they'll say, and that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I think I'm gonna be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of what? Scapegoating, offering up smaller names on silver platters, full cooperation and government oversight on the surface, a slaughter beneath as they clean the house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't just do a recall, not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refund? The losses would be... Yeah, your board would probably want Sarah to go the way so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Uh-huh. Well, if I won, it'd mean that Sarah's not an AI, David is sure is sound mind, there's nothing wrong with Animate 16. Everyone wins! Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. Holy shit, Morgan! Morgan is just like fucking... Morgan has just stabbed Dawes and is now twisting the fucking knife. Holy shit. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. Okay. What? Maybe we can unlock this with a conversation. Strange. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. Yeah, just pop his balls too. Why not? That said, AI is a concern for marketing, not for product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring the public that there's no risk because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Because you use Tesseract. Trying to code an AI in test is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing for an AI trying to lie to another system, but the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Assure, something as simple as that would be... Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources? Isn't it an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for a David Assure. Any chance you'll testify to that? It sounds impossible, but he's dead, and it looks like his android is the one that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. Ooh, and now we can ask about tenets. Let's ask about that. I know you're convinced that the tenants are safe. So how do you square what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind, is the dog to the left or to the right? Right? I'd say the dog is to the right, the cat is on the left. You might expect half of people to say left and half of people to say right, but actually the answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Oh, hi there, Sheila. Thank you so much for the hydration. Whether it's read right to left or left to right. Huh. Wait a second. There's a cat next to a dog. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. And that's what I picked. Yeah. Their language affects how they think. And that's the same for machines. By the way, a quick thing, chat. Quick fun thing. Language doesn't change how people think as much as some people might assume. Like stuff like the thought police and like changing like language in 1984 isn't really realistic for linguistic reasons that I won't get into. Anyways, point is that that's not really how it works, but it's okay as a video game. People can learn new languages and it can change your perspective, but machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because 0 returned a 1 somewhere. It's because there was something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something as flawed as that into the world. Water. Yeah, look, okay, I'll drink another swig of water. Fine. Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel. Animate 16. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as a culmination of David Assure's work. So now that the marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved pretty much in every step of the process, but his design for the synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one. The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically? He pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. And yet, compared to what goes on in a Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits of his private work before. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel like as if he was holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions. I'm sure the researchers he overtook leaps and bounds weren't pleased, but the board was very enthusiastic. So that would spur them to be protective of David. Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? Where are the assistants now? In David's computer, probably somewhere. We'll find out. No, they would need a strong motive to justify killing the golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be bottom line. The easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of everything that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised. I stayed up not all night sick with the dread of the idea. The data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. And the A16 base code has been locked in for 2 quarters. If anything had been an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there, by the way? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data. Yeah, practically got the spreadsheets seared into my retinas. What do you want to know? Okay. Let's talk about shipping, actually. This floor is basically a showroom, but you have an actual factory a while south of the city limits, right? Golden Moose sounds terrifying. It very much would be. Moose are very scary in general. Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out? There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data has been edited. Is that unusual? Well, this section is just accounts of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem though, I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird. Was something added? Deleted? No, the overall sum's the same, it's just a bunch of swaps. Like here, 29FFCE010311 was taken out, returned for adjustments. 27FCDD 0196434 submitted in. Submit shipment leaves on time. Okay, returns to assembly for revisions, replaced by this. So it is all that you, does that all strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes? Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens, it's usually about the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage of the process, it must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority, probably both. Must have? You don't know who made these changes? I can tell you they were done by someone important. Small last-minute changes, which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it to be found. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, it must have been done by a higher up in Noble. Maybe, Young? Maybe. We'll see. What about distribution patterns? How and where were they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, more Android. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have most of both. And since A16 in particular is marketed towards being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside of population centers. They can do all the rural hard jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So where has the A16 outperformed then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals and offices, and, you know, adult industries. Of course, sex bots. Okay. Oh. Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt. No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee. There's a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it, but I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend like it's not happening. Damages? What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh. Very high turnover in the pink market. Hasn't stopped you from selling to them. Well, we don't sell to them, not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them. Are there resellers? I thought I read that right to repair got shut down again. Oh, okay. Hey, our article reading, chat. It comes in handy. There's been a gray market for softer Androids for years and decades, depending on your definition of Android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR keeps getting canned. Getting canned was barely a blip on their radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable with this topic. Huh? Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's inside out. Damn, now I'm wondering about that myself. He bought that? Okay, Dawes isn't an idiot, but Dawes is very naive. What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues? Error counts are markedly low compared to last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick. Eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff. Dummy twink. Yeah, dummy twink. As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. Okay, thanks for sharing that data. Sure. Did you find what you were looking for? Hell if I know. Fair enough. Any other questions before I find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this? A compound found in David Assure's blood. The poison? What is it? It didn't match anything in database that the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. He has a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks. We don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. Ooh, this is good. Because, yeah, if it was a preset, like, formula in the manufacturer, maybe it's a preset across all of them. If it is, that means this isn't something only David Assure knew. This is something anyone higher up in the company knew. No, but this is a company floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You still have hazardous material around. You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. It looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly... What is it? It doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent NOD 523453S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic Android components. Cinetone. Serotonin. Okay. Synthetic neurotransmitter, a key ingredient in every warm android they manufacture. Well, it's not poison. Yeah. It was just used as poison. That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system, in David's case, depressing enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a priest and his personal manufacturer. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. So they think that's what killed him? Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Oh shit, chat. Oh shit. Ah, yes, she did. I should go ahead and ask her about the composition then. Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago, but she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely then. They say she's the type of person who can micromanage how much water people drink at a 50-minute stand-up. We can build a narrative with it. We definitely can. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Wow, okay, she's a dickhead. Young is terrible. Oh shit, chat. I didn't realize there was an ad break there for a second. Whoops, sorry. Welcome back though. I hope you're doing okay. Aren't they? Yeah, so chat, I don't know if anyone saw this, but we got evidence that the poison that was used to kill David was actually a where is it? Yeah, it was actually a serotonin, which is a chemical that's used in neurotransmitters in warm androids or warm ads. So yeah. I'm kidding. But you should be more careful about criticizing a superior or people could be listening. It's a good thing we've got privacy in your office. Uh-huh. No one but the two of us listed in. Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms a building and starts zip tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful. Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right? Oh, chat, we're gonna do the just one more thing. We're gonna Columbo this guy's ass. Actually, there's just one more thing I'd like to ask you. What's that? How long have you been a corporate spy? Oh, fuck. Chat. Oh my god, we Columboed his ass. What? Yesterday, you let it slip that you worked in consulting. Literally. Had your guard down because I'm not a part of this industry? I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now you just called serotonin a poison. But what? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man. And I'm sure you've got practice answers to every logical point I could raise. So I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people? Holy shit, she clocked him. Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill a silence with. Though, it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters of internal affairs, spy hunting at Western Division. Then 8 embedded at HAL Industries. 24 months of wearing different faces, answering different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with 3D printed shiv under my pillow. Evil twink? Yeah, okay. Quotations around evil, yeah. My nerves were completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble? Retired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week. And in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than what you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's deaths while your old co-workers are off twiddling their thumbs? It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion. Blood, not an oxidant. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No, there was nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier and he did get injured. But it was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never really in any danger. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op. Which your competitors understood. Wow, that's why they didn't bother like playing it up to the media. Oh my gosh. Okay. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over the socials and virals. But the next morning, we had a military thinking we were leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos, interviews, and data. The state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening us to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble's CCE had been slammed ever since, trying to find an off-ramp for the story so we can walk back our claims without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Assure, whether it was the AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far, but I can tell you this wasn't done by consultants. Ooh, okay. That all you wanted to know? Psychiatrist. You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was that all cloak and dagger bullshit? I know that office. Some old co-workers who see them. So it's a front? They do both. Okay, come on. So he was probably getting training and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for? Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you've got any advice. You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company, all these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well... That's just business as usual for me then. Okay, chat. We're making progress. Okay. Okay, chat. I actually need to fill up my water bottle very quickly. I'll be right back in just 1 second. Chat, I'm back. Hi. Alright. Let's fucking do this, eh? Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use some guesses, process of elimination, and even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete, faceless and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle and every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temporal oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. And all that's left to do is pull the trigger. Fuck yes. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun. And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. But just by carrying it around and paying attention to the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. Oh my gosh. Morgan, I love you. That's amazing. That's so sick. Ugh. The gun being useless but being used as like for recon. Fuck yes. Oh gosh. Okay. Hi, Detective Reese. It's Morgan. Happened to get your contact info when you cleared me for the crime scene yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text? Just wanted to check in. Report this contact voice to text disable. And I'd advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalize the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Blacklist content, what makes you think we're at Noble? My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Try reverse psychology. It only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text. This bitch just played ball. Oh my god. Yeah, no, she's doing great. About time. Thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. Morgan, counselor, your presence is being requested on the upper floors. Deja vu. Might you have a moment to speak in private? Always. But who's asking? The board. What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak with them too. Oh boy. What are the chances the messages popped in here? Yeah. Alright, let's see what we got here. At the board. Oh my gosh. Conference room. There it is. Here's Young. Hi. Evangeline Morgan. Helen Young. Thank you for making the time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes, professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set. Her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. You're a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate never has to be the first one to show up. Pissing contest nonsense. It doesn't even make sense. They called me in. How could I possibly be early? Flip the oh, Chad, I kind of want to flip the script. I want to show them like, bitch, I'm in control here, all right? Oh, that's embarrassing. I didn't mean to catch you all off guard. I'll go wait outside in case you all can collect yourselves. I'm just surprised that Noble Electronics could screw up something as simple as a meeting start time. But I'm not well versed in the art of staring at emails. Always flip the board? Hells yeah. You've made your point, counselor. Don't push your luck. Not with these people. Might I dare ask who these people are? You don't have time to remember their names. It won't do you much good either. Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who will be targeted due to their financial status. Oh my gosh, seriously? Protection of reasonable anonymity law. Yep. Income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Oh my gosh. This is some like anti-Luigi fucking shit. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Sob, yeah. Getting more real again? Oh, this game is so real. Spoken like a true believer. Except the Mob Act is what normal people call it. Touting the piety line, but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion? Or just a slip of the tongue? I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profits amount. So if it works... Didn't take you for the might makes right type. I didn't take you for a clueless bore, incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since there's only the two of us here. Maybe we should take advantage of the rare bit of privacy. Clear the air. You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Ashur had been building an android in his own private property. Young is so mean, but not to me. It's unfair. Oh my gosh. Foros. Look, I hate Young, but like her design's pretty good. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected he was working to undermine the Tenet framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words like a surgeon's scalpel. With a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth, or is your statement as VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Ashur was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. I love Evo corporate woman. Good to, noted, Foros. We both know that. True. He could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you like that. It must have especially been difficult when he came back with the breakthroughs that propelled Noble at the top of the industry. You should take a seat. Ooh, that pissed her off. If that's everyone, shall we begin? Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of David Ashur. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. Oh my god, Morgan's played hardball. At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company. Uh-huh. A board of directors is just 13 roulette rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whatever or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were just anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are 2 possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into a trial so unprepared and so uninformed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, then the world will learn that David Ashur was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand strapping young 16-year-old senior senator looking to make a name for the young 60-year-old senator. Okay, holy shit. This game is too real. Looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as their own personal chew toy. I fucking love color contrast. This game is great with its use of color, my gosh. The company is more than capable of, after which the state might still gobble you whole, and throw down enough sanctions to de-person whomever you cries no fair. The company and its allies at the capital can more than fend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitively. Wow! Holy shit. Which makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You can cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win at the trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow, you get another round of stock buybacks on the initial dip, then pat yourselves on the back for staying as calm as you continue to profit off of David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. Holy shit! That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by, and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah, it's a gamble. But at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it. I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends. So how about this? Option 3, hedge your bets. What? Put a little bit in black, a little bit in red, spread the love, and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open on Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping, after you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, counselor. Better make them count, then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Assure has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar? It's one of many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? But intellectual property law can be very complex, counselor. I'm not sure I or anyone at the company can tell you much about serotonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit, and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I just can't say more this time. So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Already? Damn it! I got cocky because the cop's late arrival. I must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning, left investigating for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So, we're still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry, but I have to take more than just my personal feelings into account here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Young de Arc on the crusade against the government overreach. If she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right. This is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. Oh boy, chat, we're getting close. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Let's go to jealousy. I have to admit, I'm surprised you're not more shaken up today, Miss Young. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started out at the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. Oh, we're gonna press here. Just colleagues? Don't be so modest. You helped them create the 1-point doctrine that saved the company. That's a gross exaggeration. Noble is too large of an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Assure, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose to for its advertisements, the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have acquitted the two of you. Holy shit, Morgan! Wow! I just hope his 1-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Well, she definitely didn't explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it was ever boiled over, though. Let's go with David and Noble. I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his whole standing beside Noble thing. His? Yeah. David Assure was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company for its progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations. That would, of course, be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy. She was almost off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. Ooh. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he? That's... Unless I'm mistaken, and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. That is not... Something buzzing in your ear? Fine, I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now or at trial, or on your feet tomorrow. Dr. David Assure was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied? Now we're talking. Okay. We already covered this. Why go for it again? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so okay. It's the same thing over again. Let's talk about Sarah, question mark? Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl, or A17, or 18. Could have driven law to sales of her cute little pout projected across sides of skyscrapers. A hypothetical of a hypothetical, as it being tragically obvious to all of us that android's nothing like A16. That may be yet associated with our products going forward, nothing more than a massive liability. Pout diff? Yeah, the pout diff is strong with her. Yeah, you wouldn't have A16 without her, and if they could have taken her apart and learned from her, they could have the world. So what was the motive to try to pry Sarah away from him? Let's go for it. Sarah's worth a lot of money, in part because the creator wasn't around to replicate her. Were you hoping to take her out of force and reverse engineer her once David was out of the way? Don't be absurd. That machine is nothing more than a lawsuit, congressional hearings, and PR nightmares when it happen. Okay, we lost him. We lost him a bit. Trying to steal Sarah away with Root Bloody Force just seems absurd when she puts it that way. Let's talk about David's will. Has David's will been located? It has never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death has been made known into knowns. So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. It might be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated though? We're gonna stay here. There's no point in us pressing if we got all these cards. We're gonna just stay. Well, then I suppose that's blackjack. All right, chat. So you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier? Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail. Much more than that. We've been making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Assure? Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me? Until recently, yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlor? No, that was earlier in the day. We were in this room actually, him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. And did you come to an agreement? A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties and any products we develop after 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be accredited for all past, present, and future filings. How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Assure is insanity. Reasonable, yes. We ended a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands. Even took a photo. Okay, you taking a photo here is wild. Hold on a second. Is that her is that a glass? Chat, wait a second. What if David Assure was poisoned at this meeting? What if that was it? Holy shit, chat. What if? Oh my god. Okay, chat. This is the most important piece of evidence we've ever gotten thus far. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, that looks lovely. Hey, that glass is very glassy. Yeah, it is. Something funny? Didn't know that the board told jokes. They don't. That was illegal, expressing displeasure of how much paperwork my good no ending left them stuck with. Children, it was just one night of overtime. So while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished? Man, David was a cutie. Yeah, he was. Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But David Assure did not want to retire. Yep, here we go. We got arbitration here. Detail-oriented personality. Yeah, okay. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought up the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI. Any idea how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question is more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenants? That's quite beyond my area of expertise. And no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decay priority loop, which I understand is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical model for pseudo-randomizing weight amongst preset tenants. Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess. But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems like a far cry kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over the allotted time slot. But I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial? Very simply, in reality, yeah, totally. Don't I look like it? You're not just making a play. You're actually going to defend that thing? I'm just defending myself, Miss Young. Oh yes, of course you are. My mistake. I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet be able to save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered your board. Which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet would be whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great David Assure, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of its time. What spark of genius remains buried in the inspired Animate 19? I guess that depends on. You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line or put their foot in their mouth or hold potentially inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young. No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to. You didn't want the title? At the times, I had thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry. It couldn't be a large department of Noble before they started working on warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have that many expectations of the program back then if she was a part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Something changed? It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, and so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play. You understand. David never insisted that people use it either. That's very different, and I think you know it. David Assure didn't have to. Chat, this episode has been insane. I'm going to this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, flip her sadistic switch, she'll want to keep playing. This episode, it's episode 1. Look, episode 0 was crazy, and then episode 1 has been even crazier. Like, episode 0 was crazy, but in a way, like, I was like, okay, yeah, I saw that coming, alright. Episode 1 is like, what in the actual fuck is happening? Oh, here's which. So, you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And I gotta find out through the fucking grapevine? My life is plenty exciting. Freckles. You could bore the polish of a resume checking robot. I've fucked Catholic school teachers with more active nightlives than you. Oh, okay. So who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit. Are you representing yourself? Fits within my budget. Screw your budget, you're going to jail. Thanks for the vote of confidence. This ain't a matter of how good of a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents himself in a court is a fool for counsel. That's true. You should never represent yourself. Even if you're a lawyer, you basically should never represent yourself. Especially not for something as serious as this. You represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal is gonna be dead for 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. The powers that be didn't really want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent? An ad committing murder? How'd you pass law school without learning to look this shit up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is not helpful to you at the moment. So what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. Gonna close this chat now. Come on. Don't lose, Freckles. You don't need to tell me that. Oh, Sarah, hi. Oh, gosh, Sarah. What are you reading, Adonai? I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before it got waylaid with spam texts. The one we found inside the panic room? It looks quite extensive. Should I skip it for you? Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? You comfortable? I am not. Ever since that old move, the gorilla in the skyscraper, they bring it into the city with... I understand the analogy, Adonai. I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah's put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. If that was no smokescreen David added in to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... Holy shit, chat. Her strength must be insane. If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place? I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy. This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical. I would estimate the automated security would put me 9 holes in me before I reach the door. 9's not so bad. I would not be able to function after the 7th. Ah. Well, if you haven't been planning for some great escape, I would not do that. That would be illegal. Aww. And you would still be on trial. Aw, Sarah. I remember. So what have you been doing all day then? I am attempting to recover memories from Friday. You can do that? It is not dissimilar from a process of recovering a data erased from any other computer, despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I should be able to recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful. That's a lot of clouds. And even if you were successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it. Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day Father and I... Any luck so far then? I can recall a slightly musty scent. Wow, case closed. What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings? Something like that. Youngs insists serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died. So is she lying? If she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it. Somehow. Somehow. Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble, to protect the one of Noble's patents? She doesn't strike me quite as a corporate zealot she makes herself out to be. But you believe she had something to do with Father's death? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father. Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of... But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you? Oh, Morgan understands. Morgan understands at a deep level, chat. Bells tolling for thee. Means the doors to the court rooms are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk like that? Waddle will have to do. Wait a second. Across the hall, that's... Porter, what the fuck? Keep waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up. As you say, Adonai. This will be a coin toss. You that surprised to see me? I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? What do you think, chat? I guess we'll try to be clever. The android can't be defended or even accused because it's not legally a person. I am merely... Yeah, I kind of expected that to happen, but whatever. Straight at him, even though he's hot. Just drop the double talk for 5 seconds. Just be honest. Fine. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble's what killed David. Whether it was a pen stroke or sleeper agent or killer android or playing goddamn arsenic, how could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign that his soul to them? David may have been over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer. But a guy like me, working in music, can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. You think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold? David's real wealth laid in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even at 1% of the companies taking inspiration of his Turing solution, there's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all of his patents afterwards. Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did it? Oh my gosh, is that another reason why they want to kill him? Dude, I'm pretty sure Noble was killed. Sorry, that David was killed by Noble, but like that's just another thing to add to the pile. He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure, which means it invalidates the contract. Oh, God. Fucked up. Alright. I said, did you find anything interesting in contract, Adonai? A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he retained control of his patents, even after being let go. What Porter said, logically, if David were to pass while being employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So they knew David was going to leave in a year. It would be very foolish of them to let Father go. Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he couldn't only be fired for serious offenses, corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud. Father was not a fraud. He was, as I say, the greatest of all time. Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah. Are you winning? We're doing pretty well, though we're going to find out soon. The trial's about to begin, Lele. And, oh boy, things are really spicy. Holy shit. Things have gone crazy. Oh my goodness. Let's look at David's contract here. So a few things we can know. Yep, we'll keep ownership of his patents. It could be terminated without serious cause. Serious cause would be fraud or worse. Fraud defined as manipulating company data. Okay. So, basic stuff. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Oh. Eyes up here. It's showtime. Well, we're definitely going to save the game after that. All right, let's get ready, chat. Counselor Morgan. The state charges you for possession of contraband. Contraband? That'd be you. In violation of safeguarding our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty. Very well. Since we are, in fact, doing this, I will now turn over the administration of the trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempt to stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment, decided with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor. So we can't delay, we can't bullshit. We gotta get this right on one try. Are we gonna have the same adjutant as we had before? No way. Each court only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap it around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are... Glad to be back. Did y'all miss me? Oh god, it's the same one. It's the same one. ADHD is back. Forget I said anything. I'll just go crawl out of a rocket dive that makes your opening statements. The defendant is the owner of Android registered under the model name Sarah with registered number, license number 120-29280. Lamau. 80, yeah. Poor 80, yeah. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership has already been answered. All that remains to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man. When we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of David Ashur, we're first to conclude that the android was responsible for his death. That conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove in court today that the machine standing here killed David Ashur. Just quick pop in before work. Did it get worse? Batman Twitch. This has been... Wow, the twists have been crazy. David kept making it worse. Like during listening the audio file on David's on the journal, I was like, please stop talking, David. Shut the fuck up. And he did it. He kept going. So yeah, it's been great. Not through an accident or mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I wouldn't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask the court judge to judge this creation, and what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide. Oh. Woof. Wouldn't want to follow that act. But go for it anyway, defense. Your Honor, what the DA said is true. Okay. Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming, and it is a great work of a great man. And the rest of it is just pure speculation based off a little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do own the android, as you can see. It's been bequeathed by me by a man known to most people in this courtroom as a father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah's an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me so greatly that the state is spending its valuable time and resources in rushing to pulverize Dr. Ashur's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. The people can't prove that Sarah's AI. And to be truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Chills. You sounded very confident, Adonai. Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest. You could have just simply said thank you. Yeah, her pat's so cute. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Okay, chat. We're going to have a lot of witnesses, I can already tell. Thank you for your presence here, Detective Landon. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Ashur one more time. What happened last Friday night? At 6:30 p.m., Dr. Ashur spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off. Lover? It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it? I wouldn't know. That stuff's private. Adonai? Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor and the sight lines of his home security systems before reappearing on his private secondary system in his basement moments later. At which point the android Sarah can be seen handing him a poison that he'd again go on to drink. What do you see that android? Do you see that android in the courtroom? Yeah. She's the green-haired one that's frowning at me. Let the record show that android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime. No objections. Eh? None? Then why not even show up? Detective London, what happened next? Ashur went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could have been produced by his manufacturer, which Sarah had access to just up the stairs of his workshop. So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handed Dr. Scher's cup immediately before he did. Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor? I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Scher's cup before he died? No. I have no further questions. Oh. So that's your witness, counselor? Okay. Let's do this. Woo! He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or the other. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. Alright, chat. Let's get ready. We got the talk screen, we got the basement footage, and we got the whiskey. At 6:30 p.m., David Asher and Isaac Porter broke up over this throne. That's true. Then at 7:30 p.m., Helen Young arrived. That's also true. They spoke briefly, and then he went downstairs to get some drinks for them. That also is true. Cameras in the basement show that Sarah handing cups and then the whiskey. That's something we could potentially contest in some way. Sergeant came back to the parlor and started drinking. Uh-huh. It wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Yeah. Don't know if that's a good way or a bad way to go out. Okay. I heard a slight slip up in there. Could go nowhere, but this stage you need to pick every loose thread it can. Is it... Okay, so we've got the basement footage. Is it the fact that of her handing him the whiskey? Because it seems like she didn't hand him the whiskey. She just handed him the cup. Yeah, what else do we have for evidence? Oh, it's not telling me. Well, I'm gonna assume it's the whiskey being handed over. That's the small little thing. Call. Basement footage. Oh, there it is. Check the footage again, Detective London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. It matters little, since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay. Oh my god, ADHD, you can't say that shit. Got into one? We did, yeah. But it was a pretty simple... We're being very nitpicky here. And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. True, she did call David back and handed him a cup of poison. That wouldn't make sense. Let's raise here. We might be wrong here. Let's do it though. If the cup had already been poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed that it wasn't empty? True. Good point. Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. It was just a droplet. He could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime is very simple. There is little to no plan for anything to go wrong. Once she handed it off. She just had to wait for him to drink the cup. Is that all she would have needed to do? That wasn't enough to poison David. Let's push further. Not a great plan if that was Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would have drunk from? That's actually a pretty big deal. Actually, how would she? Genuinely. There's a few ways to go about it. But it's only a 50-50 shot, counselor. Stranger things have happened. Don't try to bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups. It's not a bluff. Sarah handed the cups in one stack, with a poison hidden in the bottom cup. Okay, but that doesn't make it guaranteed that he was going to drink from the one in that bottom cup. Oh my god. Okay. Wow, she's going in on me in this. Okay. She knew David would be courteous and pour for his guest first. So he wouldn't have even looked at the poison cup until he was already pouring. Cold-blooded patricide executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Isher's kindness. Damn, so she was luring me in with those easy answers. I fell for it. I did fall for it, chat. Still, come on. Like, you're speculating there. That's an objection speculation. Come on. Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's still available? Or are you done already? Oh, fuck off, Emma. Fuck off, Emma. Otherwise, I'll fuck you, okay? I was just about to get started. Even if I didn't have questions, I'd make some up just to spite you at this point. But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? Tenant technicalities? I don't know if he could really answer anything about that. Maybe ad involved crime, if we want to put, like, Estrella. Oh, well, indeed. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year? Not the exact number. Thousands, though. Yeah, around there. And of those thousands of instances of violence, do you know how many were found to be the fault of an automated dependent? I believe there's been 6 in the past 5 years. Were all 6 of them incidents of police license ad-involved brutality? Relevance, Your Honor. Withdrawn. How many tenants protect humans? I don't know if this is a good press. Let's stay for now. Maybe Sarah in the footage? I don't know if this is a great push, though. Okay, let's push. This is detective. In the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing? Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured. Could you see her hands in any other clip of the camera footage retrieved from the basement? No. Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything in David Escher's cup? No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. I guess we could press... No, wait. Wouldn't Sarah's evidence eyes record it best? Doesn't matter here because, like, they won't trust what an AI has to say in her eyes. That's a trap. Let's do tenant technicalities. Detective London, in their capacity to assist as assistants to the police force, are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence? Yeah, I guess so. They can push people, restrain them, harm them. Even then, it's also deleted? Yeah, it's worthless for us. And how does that constitute a violation of their tenets, harming the people they're supposed to protect? Well, as I understand it, there might be some complex weighting math that goes into it, but no, it's not breaking any tenets. For that to be the case, they would have to have a tenet 1, right? May not injure through inaction that led through blah, 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 blah. Guess, I suppose it'd have to be the case, wouldn't it? Are you asking me? Ah, fucking hell. This is far outside of expertise. Yeah. Making us both look down at the jury. Okay. Oh, everyone, it's ad time. I'm gonna go ahead and use this to take a bit of a break and go to the bathroom really quickly. Be back. Okay, chat, I'm back. Hi, hi. Oi. Okay. Sorry about that. Stream's getting a little late, but I want to finish this chapter before the night is over, or before I have to end the stream, so I'm gonna push through it. And so it should be fine. I am gonna wait until everyone comes back, because this is comes back from the ad break, because this is gonna be a pretty big moment. It is the final trial after all. Okay. I do hope everyone's doing well and that you're all taking care of yourselves. Including you, Z, if you can hear me, because holy shit, how late is it for you over there? My gosh. Alright, thank you everyone for sticking through the ad break. We're back. Now it's time to continue questioning London over here. I think the best avenue of investigation here is here, the ad-related incidents. Let's press him on that. As an aside, detective, do you know how many tenants are recognized in this country? 110? 112 as of this year. Couldn't you have just given me that one? Do you know how many of those tenants pertain to protecting humans from harm? That one I do know. 41. And lastly, detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenants? 5 times is the agreed upon number. So if you were to tally all that up and try to make evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall you'd say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public? The witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor. He's more than qualified to say whether or not they've had a history of violence, Your Honor. Oh, what the heck? Let him answer. I would have to say that they are not dangerous. Normally, that would have bought me some doubt in the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say I shored up my own confidence. Alright, that seems like about as close as we can get to blackjack. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be honest. London here is not a great witness to, like, fucking dig into. He's mostly correct. I believe I made my point. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor. Then we can move on to the next item in the docket. Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence. I call Sarah to the stand. Oh my gosh, okay. Approach, Your Honor? Huh? You're approaching me? Okay, don't fucking do not bring a JoJo reference in here, okay? I believe it's me that they wanted to speak with. I didn't even get to finish my line. Now then. What the hell are you doing, Rockford? Took the words right out of my mouth. I have questions for the android. This seemed like the best way to get answers. But 80 probably likes JoJo. Yeah, but also like, girl, stay in the fucking point. I know you have ADHD, but please. You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person. There's plenty of precedents for it. Ads provide testimony all the time. Not when they're on trial. Sarah isn't on trial. You are. Sarah is accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth. If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony. Why the ambush? Why did you list this as entering evidence, DA Rockford? Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor. It seems like it doesn't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the worst descriptor. You know I can't make an android swear an oath. Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see that her as a human, and the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. Nice try, counselor. We won't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turn Sarah to slag even before you finish signing your motion. Rockford's calling a witness. That's blatantly hostile to her case. If the witness is so hostile, then be it. It did kill a man after all. Yeah, oh god. Emma's playing dirty here, chat. Allegedly. What about the right to avoid some incrimination? Who's the one treating Sarah like a person right now? Androids don't have rights. Wow, so we just lose points there no matter what. Damn it, that's... The android would take the stand. Your Honor, I've made my decision. And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with contempt of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. Am I really be skirting the line here? She kind of is, but she's doing it well. And if it disobeys you, we'll have our answer about its sentience right there and there. Right then and there. Oh, God, Barrows. Come on. Oh, my goodness. Oh, by the way, context for everyone. Canonically, Morgan has never won against Emma, ever. Like, ever, ever, ever. She's only, like, quote-unquote won by, like, getting this stuff dismissed before it even reaches Emma's hands. So, yeah. Emma's fucking dangerous. Yes, Your Honor. Shit. What's going on? The DA is going to question you on the stand. What? But I shouldn't... Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only, if you can. Would using affirmative and negative be laying it on too thick? But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they wanted to show... If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand? Yes. Okay, let's do this, chat. You are the android identified as Sarah, correct? Yeah. Affirmative. Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poison cup? Objection. It remains to be determined whether the cup itself was definitively poisoned. Yes, yes. Sarah, do you deny handling the cup to David Assure? Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions, for failing to notify police of crucial information? I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well, counselor. The journal, if you will. This could be a slaughter. Oh no, chat, this journal. Of course. Do you recognize this item? It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Assure. I've seen him writing in it on many occasions. Have you any knowledge of its contents? Negative. You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day that you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of whether you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Assure died. That is logical. I'd like you to read some of the passages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 238, the 10th line. Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today she... Continue, please. Today she broke every password I have in the house. She said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've greatly underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't... Page 263. Damn it. If this keeps up, Sarah's gonna fall to pieces here. We have to object. We're gonna raise an objection. It might be a pithy one. Badgering, Your Honor. Badgering what witness, counselor? I'm just making the android do some simple tasks. Damn it. I can't raise an objection when Sarah's got no legal status for me to defend. Page 263, I said. I think Sarah's angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a Zin alloy plate in half. She says she was testing her strength, but the cameras, that was... Page 267. Sarah's scared me today. If she starts bawling out on the stands, it's all over. Your Honor! I failed to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Assure was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's being established. Do the people have a counter-argument? I have just one last question, if it pleases the court. Let's hear it. This footage was captured in the basement on Friday around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read that journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera and I appear agitated and I stop my foot. What happens? Oh, chat, the cracked tile. Oh, of course. And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer, and I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to. Speaking or shouting? Asked and answered. Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment anyways. Your witness, counselor, or evidence if you prefer. Damn, I knew you should cherry pick all the worst patches in the journal, but still, if Barrows wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start only after a few lines. And we went all through the trouble to show that emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand. What do you say, counselor? Got some burning cues for the Andrew to answer? Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Emma went for some emotion, and its impact was devastating. So all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did he call him back on his way out through the basement? Wait, that's... I would actually like you to read from the journal again, Sarah. You... what? From where? From the section that explains that you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing... Isn't it, how he made Sarah? It's gotta be, right? The early sections of the journal are all about Sarah. Okay, no. I actually don't really know. His newfound fame, his early career. Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble. Relevance. The people will see in just one moment. This story is the key to this entire case. Got approval from overseas. Had to make the pitch again this week, Young says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future. Oh, we're going to connect the cup. Okay, I see. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Future over lunch that my code should be the basis of Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze and the same cheap cups. Wants to make it a tradition. Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Young and David Assure, who were about to have a drink together Friday night. Something you would like to say, counselor? Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we? You want to compare theories? If you'd rather end this now, I'd be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered that she was being what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under the Maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Assure came down looking for a drink. So like the clever little helper she was, she offered him a cup to drink it out of. We're completely in agreement on all that. So you also agree that the cup was poisoned and that Sarah is responsible for his death? Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reason as to why Sarah did what she did. I think it's just Young's story, right? Yeah. That's gotta be it. This one's just like easy. Yeah, there's nothing else here that would be it. So boom, done. From the story of the journal, you're saying Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. That's so sweet. But I don't follow, like, at all. It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Assure set her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab, and she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand it to them. Simple, right? Simple enough for me, but not nearly good enough for me. Oh boy, Eva. What's more likely, Miss Rockford, that a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to 2 friends' evenings? or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital capabilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man, all on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe? People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently. Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor. We can if it's ignorant of its power and so immature. A deadly trait to have an AI that's capable of anything. Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor? What? You can't, Your Honor, that's... The people have opened the door. That's true, and I can't resist opening doors. Let's do it! What are you even? Sarah, David Assure was your creator and designated owner, correct? Should I still be using affirmative? And now that title falls to me. Yes? Great, thank you. Now turn off. What? Shut down. That's a command. Power on. What are you? Off. On. As in I don't. Off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. Exactly. I can put it to sleep with one word. Oh no, wait, Morgan, but then she's going to use it against you. Emma's going to say that's the reason why she had to poison David Assure and didn't just like smash him against a wall or something. So how could David Assure ever be threatened by it? Scary good logic. You've made your point, counselor. Let's move it along. I have no further queries from this machine, Your Honor. All right, she's back. Aw, thank you for flipping you off and on. Can't imagine that was comfortable. It wasn't, but I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer as to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you let me prove that to myself just now. Hadn't I? Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness. The people call Helen Young to the stand. Oh boy, chat. Here she is. This is easily the most important witness. She's currently my primary suspect. Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics, Eastern Division. Miss Young, you were there during the night that Dr. Assure died. And you were on camera the entire time. That's correct. So what did you see that night? I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, and then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. We might finally be able to break the glass over her head. Hells yeah, we might just be able to do it. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services and, well, I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over again. The same details over and over again aren't going to hold up anymore, Madam Veep. Veep, oh my gosh. It's still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But it'll clear up real fast if we can turn up the pressure over her. Here and now. We got the journal, we got the arbitration, we've got Young's story. It's almost definitely gonna be the arbitration here. I came to David's at 7:30. We chatted about a short while about some low priority work, nothing heavy. Before long, he offered to fetch us some refreshments. When he came back, we shared a drink together. And at the time, I didn't notice anything strange. We were just reminiscing. I didn't think his life was in danger. But then he became ill. So I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency console, and I did what I could up until he was gone. She's trying to paint a different picture of what happened that day. Yeah, so obvious one here is when she said just light work stuff. Yeah, I can't let her set the tone as she pleases. Okay, that's true. Low priority work, nothing heavy. Boom, wrong. Arbitration. Incorrect. Nothing heavy. You were both more than professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier, you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated. His employment wasn't terminated, the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon. Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process. David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that. The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up. Asked and answered. Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse? I arrived unannounced. So you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed. If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators. Could he have? Noble owned that entire building, down to the wiring. Counsel's badgering the witness, Your Honor. Huh? Right, should we execute her that for her that? Should we execute her for that? No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally address the elephant in the room. Where? Ah, I see. That was merely a joke. Hilarious. Miss Young, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces the synthetic biochemical known as serotonin, correct? That's correct. It was used in our war models to facilitate the integration and communication between organic and synthetic components. It's an artificial neurotransmitter? Essentially, yes. A synthetic analog serotonin used to be its original name. Did you bring the sample I requested into the courtroom today? I did. Serotonin is produced on-site at our assembly lines using a caramel-tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts. Your analysis, Your Honor. Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless. Yeah. So, solution to water and organic byproducts, you said? If the solution was ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body. I suppose. But the serotonin would stand out, wouldn't you say? It's not naturally occurring compound, so yes. It's a perfect match to the substance previously labeled Delta. And the sample we collected from the manufacturer present in Dr. Scher's lab. That's a bingo! The witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T. In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I must that the court formally recognize that Dr. Archer's cause of death was the serotonin poisoning. I don't object, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I must. You're a witness. You cannot object. Girl, you're just a witness. You don't get to object. Holy shit. Okay. Excuse me? Serotonin may as well be in his body when he died, but serotonin didn't kill Dr. Asher. What the hell is she up to? It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anyone. What? Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. Hold on. Now you're claiming that Dr. Asher died of what? Natural causes? I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. It was serotonin plus alcohol acting as a double depressant? I mean, that's possible, but I don't know. We'll see. But I can easily prove that serotonin is harmless. That's a good route of thinking, though, Z. How could you... Like, so, huh? Didn't see that one coming. What the fuck? Holy shit. That's so fucking stupid. Look, this is the second time I played in a game where someone has taken what is being described as a poison and it turning out to not be a poison. What? First time, by the way, was Danganronpa 1. Anyways. What? That ain't good. But bailiff, contact the hospital immediately. I told you it's fine. But I could stand here all day if necessary. What in the... And what you just drank was several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body. Why didn't you say anything up until now? Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of serotonin was closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately. I would have been able to tell you earlier, had you asked directly. What the hell kind of... This can't be right. Nothing else makes sense. Oh my gosh, Emma, dude. Oh my gosh. Emma, what the fuck? Boy, howdy. I'm lost as hell. But do you have any further questions, Rocky Ford? Not at the moment, Your Honor. Oh my gosh, Emma. And the defense? The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally, this would be cause for celebration. But shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but I need to think We need to do what hasn't changed. Think through this logically. Okay, see, I think you were 100% onto something with the alcohol plus serotonin mix, because like that actually makes a lot of sense. There are certain medications or compounds that can interact weirdly with other compounds, and yeah, like combined with alcohol, that could do it. Is it really possible that serotonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. It can't just be a coincidence. There's nothing else that could have killed him. But Young just drank from serotonin in front of us, and she's fine. So was it a fake? No, it was confirmed by the court computer to be the genuine article. So she drank poison, but isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'd be kept for observation regardless of what happened next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead. She's alive. What made the difference? Wake up! No sleeping on the job! Basically, don't drink Benadryl and alcohol. Don't drink a lot of medications and alcohol. Unless you're me. Of course, Your Honor. Allow me 1 moment to explain things to the court. We've confirmed just now that serotonin was the foreign compound in his body. And we know that logically that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us right now? She just drank exactly what David did. No, she didn't. Oh, thank you, Z, for giving me the answer. No. Whiskey. The difference has been staring at us in the face this whole time. That's... Do you recognize this, Miss Young? That's the whiskey bottle Dr. Asher and I drank from. Rose River. It's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea. Pardon? Bottoms up. Smooth. What? Adonai. Dear God, counselor. Scandalous. Relax. It's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over. Perfectly safe. So would you like to try some, Miss Young? Oh my gosh. She's using her own shit against her. Oh my gosh. Fuck. Yes, Morgan. Fuck, that's so fucking sick. Chat, we are fucking destroying her ass live on television. Oh my goodness. That's so smooth. Just like the rose whiskey. Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink the witness stand. Have you lost your mind? I'm not asking you to get plastered. Just have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not serotonin killed Dr. Asher, we'd have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it. By mixing it with alcohol. Also to suggest swapping some spit, and it seems like it wasn't far off. No, you weren't. Oh my god. Look at her. Dude, she's fucking panicking. Go ahead then. Just a taste. Prove to us that serotonin is perfectly safe for human consumption. This is... Can she do this? Miss Young, I never said it was safe for human consumption. You literally did. It's on the court record. Go fuck yourself. Just that it's non-toxic. A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher, confused, slurring his speech, complaining of a headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with an alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn 1 glass or 2 of whiskey into a lethal overdose. That's just... Even if that's the case, what does it change? It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony. Even if this witness is a liar, what would that change? Why would the witness lie if not to? She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her. Your Honor, this is wild, but ultimately irrelevant. Irrelevant? You've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts, yes. What you're accusing the witness of doing, counselor, is beyond angling for a promotion. We've all seen the story by now. Noble android saves soldier's life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military because of the headline. The size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years. So much of the links would have to go to hide the fact that the androids have poisoned their veins. Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he never testified to it. At least I know that Emma's wrong about this poisoned blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself for that? She's a high-powered executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. She can afford the fine. As I said, it's not truly poisonous, and the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are... Damn, now she's regaining her composure too. A perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty. And as you know, they have a great number of lawyers. Plenty of motive to lie about serotonin, as you can see. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose. No motive to kill David Assure, you say? Well, let me show you otherwise. So, that's the text between Starling and David. That's not important. I mean, I think David's contract is a reason as to why to kill him, right? Yeah, I think it's the only one that fits here. All right, I'm going to bet everything on it. We're doing it. We're maxing it out. There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead, seeing as how they were firing him. 1 out of the 4 it is, yeah. Noble Electronics was kicking their Golden Goose out of its nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right? I don't have to talk about that. That's all right. I'll talk about it for you. Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning. The people have opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive. Oh, dude, Emma's getting destroyed. This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure I could speak for the whole country, or for the whole court, when I say that we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue. Because I have here a copy of Dr. Assure's employment contract. That is confidential. It is completely improper for you. Why? I am still technically his attorney. Criminal attorney. But I didn't just stumble across his document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read their terms and conditions. God, that face looks so good on Emma. Oh, Z. That's a face that Borka dreams about seeing on Emma when, you know, in various situations. You. What? That's impossible. No one could ever. David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him, should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let all their competitors have him, the company might have thought it would be best to... A company didn't poison David Assure, counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place. Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. You'd have to have done something grave. Something like, say, committing fraud. Oh my gosh, Young. Just now you said there was a breach of contract. Like it was some sort of technicality that was causing the split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it? You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence of that? David created a Turing solution that every one of their androids run to this day. And Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on this intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they would have never let him go unless they absolutely had to. Then what exactly do you think David Assure did? It's not what I think that matters, only what the company fears. Oh, okay. So we got tenants, that's useless. Shipping data. Oh, is it the shipping data? David never hurt Noble. I think it's the shipping data, right? Like, I guess kind of Sarah, but like that's not good for us. Yeah, I think it's the shipping. It has to be the shipping discrepancies. It doesn't matter what I believe, not what Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipment data for Animate 16. What the hell? This is what you're uploading? Shipping records? irregularities among shipments of Animate 16. One android swapped for another over and over dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Sher's authority could do. The kind of thing that someone as smart as you couldn't have missed because she's so detail-oriented. Oh my gosh, Morgan is fucking killing her. Dr. Sher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud? You have evidence that it was David Sher who did this? Nope. But I wasn't the one who investigated it, so let's ask her. Come on now, let's hear it. Let's. The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Sher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line, introducing unpredictable elements in extremely stable and profitable generations of androids. Why would he do that? For pride? As a practical joke? Doesn't really matter. He endangered the future of the company. So you prepared to fire him? Yes, I approached him as a superior, and as someone he'd once worked with, I hope to remedy the situation. Oh shit indeed. Alright. Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts? It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways, with success, the dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world. So, you brokered the meeting? Yes. 300 AIs out in the world? Oh my gosh, see, maybe, holy shit, that'd be crazy. You oversaw its every detail, handled all the arrangements. Yes, of course. Including the refreshments? Oh, yes. Oh my gosh. Chat, yes. Yes. Let's fucking do this. What? Did you provide coffee? Tea? No. Strange. It must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided water? Question mark. Surely you at least provided water for people. What are you asking for, counselor? That's what I want to know. Me as well. We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Sher didn't have some freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon. Did she just... What do you mean poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms, but it was hours before he drank any alcohol, Emma. Keep up, Emma. Come on. I thought your brain was better than this. As Miss Young testified and demonstrated, serotonin on its own is harmless. Odd, we're using Miss Young's own testimony about serotonin against her. We're using her own words to implicate her. That shit's so fucking cool. But it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink. You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with that night? How could you? How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at the meeting, counselor. None of them wound out dead. Are you seriously claiming they all drank the poisoned water? We could maybe go for it. Chat. I actually don't know where to go here. I feel like Sarah's been deaf staring Young for a while. She has. Not all of them drank the poison. I think it has to be this. Otherwise, like, other people could have died easily. This would be way too risky if that was the case. Let's try this. David was the only one to fall ill, so he fell ill from drinking water. So okay. So I should have pressed there. Okay. So why aren't they all dead? Because all those people will surely attest. Helen Young made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours. Oh my god. Wait, that's a crazy detail to come back. That was some crazy foreshadowing. Holy shit. Working late into the night, officiating the settlement that she arranged. And not drinking alcohol. She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6? With Noble's work-life harmony, fat chance. These people don't clock out until they've reached their bunk. Only generational talent like David Assure could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim. Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. If everyone in the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed there was serotonin in it. Serotonin is a brown fluid. Whiskey is too would be easy to slip into a glass of liquor. But if you spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing. All of what Emma said is true. Yet Young pulled it off anyways. How? Let me look at this. Yeah. This is just a vial of it, though. Can't you change the color of it pretty easily? Like, I assume it's, like, artificially colored brown. Let's see what we got for evidence. Synth blood transfusion. Okay. Creates nanites. Served in arbitration. I don't think this is... Oh my god, it's the chromafuge. Oh my god, it's the chromafuge. Chat, it's the chromafuge. It removes impurities. Serotonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would have noticed if it was dropped into their water. Unless the pigment had been removed. What the hell are you talking about? Every noble factory producing warm androids of chromafuge. A machine that gives its androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple as a brilliant biochemist like the witness to take the caramel-colored serotonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. As your honor can attest. Yes, ma'am. My scan confirmed that serotonin has no taste or odor. It's only the color that's off-putting. Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well. Time to press. David Assure, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No. Plain nutty professor, and taken off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. He set you up with your own crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country's ever seen. And so it would blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it. You're wrong. You went to his house that night to watch him swallow the poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust. Your Honor, defense is testifying. This speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any. True. We need proof. So why don't we have Miss Young take a swing of the whiskey and prove me wrong? Huh? I'm not going to do that. Because you're afraid it will kill you? Because I don't have to. She's right, counselor. Pardon. Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing, but there's a pretty big flaw to it. Young was at that meeting, same as David. We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times, yeah, I know she was going to bring this up, that she drank the alcohol too. That's where the other glass comes in the kitchen. It finally comes all the way back to this chat. From the very first detail that all felt out of place, we're back to it, chat. And of course, we've seen many times that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night, having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, counselor, how is it that Miss Young is still standing here and David Assure is dead? If both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night? That is a damn good question. Shit. As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Assure's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder. I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened our company's stock price. No. She did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die. She watched him die. But then, why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. That night, she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one moment. Wait, are we on a timer here? Okay, chat. So, let's do the, okay, so chat in the kitchen parlor. Which one is it first? Wasn't it the kitchen parlor first? Am I crazy? Let's take a look at her testimony really quickly. Spoke at the parlor and then retrieved it. Yeah, so here's how it went. Talking to the kitchen parlor, then drank for about work history, then David faints, then to the hospital. Look at the camera logs too if you can. There are no actual camera logs. There's only the testimony. It was just backed up with the camera logs. At least in terms of a piece of evidence. Anyways, David faints. And then called up here. This timeline leaves no window of... Okay, shit. No, the staff would have been hyper-vigilant. Okay. Wait. David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the V2L. The V2L was only summoned because she used... Oh, so we were correct. Would you mind terribly if I change the subject for just a moment? What? Yeah, no, the game fucking pulled a fast one on us. Meh, why not? You left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there. Yes, I did. Didn't want to use your phone? I didn't think to, no. And the emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console you saw made the call through its camera. Yes, it did make me see me make the call. That's what happened. So what were you doing in that minute? What? That 1 minute. That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute? 1 minute or 50 seconds, maybe even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Sher dying in the parlor to get the emergency console, it took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters. What of it? Oh, yes. It was only a few seconds, but in that time, something at the scene, I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you'd already swallowed the poison back in the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your body by the time the arbitration ended. Then at David's, you drowned your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drunk the same bottle as Dead Man Walking. By 8:03 p.m., you really had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy. Yes, you must have been quite panicked. Then why am I standing here? Alive and well for all of us to see. Having drank the exact same combination as David? Because she cheated death at the very last second. Nope. It has to be the water glass, right? Is it the salt shaker? Nah, it isn't. It isn't. Wait. Yeah, Z? Hey, if you want to say something, Z, say it. I'll wait for a second. We're not on a timer here. We'll see. Oh, there's actually multiple potential ones. Water and tap, a garbage disposal tool. Enough salt in anything make you gag? Maybe. Is it the salt? Did she throw up on purpose? And then the glass was used to wash it out? Fuck it. I've been obsessed with the salt shaker, and I had literally like 5 minutes ago dismissed it. Like, I guess the salt shaker wasn't important, but it being loose means that it was used. This has to be it. Whoops, I almost went for the refrigerator there by accident. All right, fuck it. You set yourself up with bad luck, Helen Young. What? By leaving that salt shaker cap loose? I don't blame you, since you were in a rush to make yourself vomit. Oh my gosh. Holy shit, chat. We're coming back. Oh my gosh. Yeah, hell's yeah, Z. You're one step ahead. Nice job. Huh? What? You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach, and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt, sipping a drink you knew would be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of the fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew about the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so. You weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward. How? It was the salt shaker! You didn't screw the cap back on all the way on, and I happened to just bump it over. The lone glass with your fingertips on the kitchen. It must have been there. Could have been there for any reason. Oh my gosh. Hi, Ari. Hi. Hi there, Hex. Hi. Thank you for the raid. Hi, everyone. Welcome into Of the Devil. How is your game? How is going? How is your stream, Ari? How are you doing? Chat, I'm going to be honest. We just glassed a bitch. See, we did indeed just glass a bitch. Y'all have come in at the right time because holy shit, we are literally at the climax of the case. Oh my gosh. We're questioning this witness. This is being insane. I don't even know if I can explain everything that's currently going on in just a moment, but stream with your girlfriend. Aw, I'm glad that it was. Aw, I hope that she's having a great time. Thank you so much for the raid here, and I'm glad that you had a great stream with her. That's wonderful. Okay, I am going to continue here because we are literally on the climax of the case, but I'll make sure to keep an eye on chat. The glowing glass with your fingertips in the kitchen. It could have been there for any reason, but the salt shaker gave you away because of one unscrewed cap. As I said, bad luck. I don't follow. Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex. That's preposterous. However's too, she's still going, but wanted to raid you instead. She's doing Call to the Bunny. Oh my gosh, Call to the Bunny, Call to the Bunny, yay. Thank you so much for raiding to me. I really appreciate that. And yeah, no, if anyone here doesn't know who Jackie is, aka Jarbles is an amazing VTuber you should check out. She's very close. And yeah, but continuing on. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sounding insane. A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth already on its neck, but its jaw hasn't quite closed. So for one moment, it's suffocating from terror and sharp adrenaline, and the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down. In summary, you were exhausted. After years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked, you thought that your fortunes had finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you were. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then you ran serotonin through a chromofuge, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, even after mashing him sip for sip on camera, for all the world to see, he lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen to not lose the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor and cheating death in the process. That's all you can just conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that. Not on me. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your fingerprints being found on a water glass, but not in the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why we'd find traces of your DNA in the sink drain, or why there were minute amounts of serotonin in your blood and of your entire legal team. I learned how to purge Noble to avoid overdosing your reds, greens, and yellows. You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else in the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that the drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well, you any questions? You, Madam Vice President, you cold bitch. Alright, we continue having fun. I'm gonna go rest myself. Okay, thank you so much for tuning in, Ari. Because you came in literally at the right time, because holy shit. I fucking love doing those sequences. Yes! You don't understand, You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today. So I'd strongly suggest you stop talking. For your own sake. Holy shit, chat. We wanting as ever. Miss Rockford, shall we? Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Ashur. We know of no other occasions which said android may have broken any other tenets. This means it is no longer considered a risk of violating the NDSA, and so we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan. Does she, of all people, have any use of my full name? Very well. Then the charges are dropped without prejudice. Nice. Without prejudice means that they can't charge us again. I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case. Sorry, is my hideous presence distracting? I'll just turn and dig in a hole and decompose until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe I'll be born as a waxy porcini. Then I won't be quite so depressed. Perhaps I should just let the adjutant do the honors as a formality. Yes, ma'am. Case dismissed. We did it! And we got an achievement. We cleared episode 1's trials on a high roller. Woo! Still here? Waiting for them to find whatever glorified boat cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. Ooh, there's an ad about to happen. Can I delay that? I cannot delay that. Of course I can. Thanks. Thank you, Twitch. All right, we can go back to happy mode here because it's no longer serious. What's your excuse? Licking your wounds? What wounds? I beat you. Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses. You aren't still in shock, are you? Dunno. Some charges are dropped, and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. Is it really a loss for me? I won. How is that not a loss for you? Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins? If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score? I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember. Well, you have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out. Seems like everything getting tangled these days. Oh my gosh, they're both fucking urinated out. There's another crowd down on the street. More of those protesters from outside Noble Apartments. You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing? Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident. I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut job who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already? Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels, and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in the movies. All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging. Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Okay, chat. Please hold as ads will be playing. I actually played chapter 0 since I missed it. Z, actually, okay. I do think you should play chapter 0 because it's a wonderful experience. But if for whatever reason you cannot, my VOD is still on Twitch. You can actually watch it. It has been more than 2 weeks. So if you really want to, anyone in chat can actually watch my original playthrough of chapter 0. And chapter 0 was so cool. So I do definitely recommend everyone check out that VOD if you're not going to play the game. Of course, do play the game. Do support the developers. The developers made... This game is so fucking sick. It is so cool. I love it so much. Oops, sorry. Yeah, so if you're not gonna play the game yourself, but you still wanted to see how chapter 0 was done, or if you joined in midway through the stream, you can watch this VOD of the stream, and you can see how things worked out. So, yeah, no. Point is, if anyone here is interested in that, go ahead, check it out in my Twitch. You should be able to find it pretty easily. So, yeah. Oh, God, but... This has been so satisfying, though. One of the things that I really liked, it's something that was so cool by the game, by the way. The end was... Watched the last VOD for 2 hours, and I missed, and the end was... Yeah, no. The last one was crazy. Probably also would have missed if I was playing. Yeah. No, yeah, it was... Well, I think for episode 1, for episode 0, I actually caught it, which was fun. But yeah, no, sorry. One of the craziest foreshadowings of this chapter was learned how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows is a fucking way back fucking like reference to when at the start of this chapter or this episode where they talked about like how people in Noble used to not use inhalers for their drug, like for their work drugs, and instead used red, greens, and yellow pills that usually had to be like thrown up and shit. Like, it's an insane reference back to it, and it's like, holy shit, that was a relevant thing. That was a relevant piece of evidence. I meant the end of your last stream, Adonai. Oh, okay, yeah. Right, yeah, you mean the Adonai thing. Oh. Yeah, I got a little frustrated. I was like, come on, game. Tell me, please. I kind of just missed it. I just didn't think about it. I wasn't thinking about the way the game was wanting me to think about it. Which I'm not even going to blame the game for that necessarily. That's just how things worked out there. I would have too. Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you so much for sticking through the ads. We're going to continue through the game. You didn't miss anything. I was just talking about shit. Yahoo. Yeah. Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a strawman too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose. Maybe that's all the rallying these people need. It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone underground. Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral. What? You haven't read about the copycats in other cities? No? Is that a thing? Yeah, it's a thing. Who the hell are they even shooting? Whoever they want to kill? None of them got away with it, of course. But it keeps happening. All while the original keeps killing. Now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings. Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But muggings gone wrong. Disappearances. It's a big city, counselor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in. So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart? Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative. What's that? That they could just stop themselves from killing. You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night? You'll be fine. You've got that gun. You saw that? Walk into a courtroom with a concealed carry. Not gonna miss that, Morgan. Oh my gosh. The game has some pretty small comments turn out to be very big, which is entirely fantasy, so people just slip up a bit. A sinkhole opens up from there. 100%. Sometimes it's just one small little comment that makes you entirely destroyed. And hey, to be fair, I managed to win my mock trial in high school, as I said before, based off of one single mistake on one piece of evidence. Like, that was all it took, and it completely destroyed everything. So the smallest details always really do matter. Good to know that you're paying attention. Well, chat. You, Sarah. You won the case. You don't have to look that astonished. Not only that, but you found Father's actual killer. How? I'm just a really good lawyer. No, that's not it. Hey. I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed that I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based off that assumption. So, how are you so sure? Here. Father's journal? But isn't it important evidence? The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through. One more time. So fast. Is it possible she's reading all that just by flipping the pages? Reese worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use. There's something here on the back cover. Done already? Some kind of data storage. It's linked to my prints, but given your skill, you should be able to. I have access. What happened to you needing my express permission to hack? What is this audio file? Oh boy. Alright, chat. We're gonna see her reaction to this infamous audio file. It's a message from David. Take a listen. didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. So you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't just... I have processed the information, that message, several times over already. I'm just thinking. I guess I'd have a lot to think about as well, had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will. What was Father so afraid of? That's your only question? I have many questions, but this is the most prominent one, and you are the best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet? I think he understood he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about to be ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. Chat, this is false. She would definitely hurt a lot more than a fly. Shut the fuck up, Morgan. You're the lobby. I think it's okay, Z. This is narrative. Everything's fine. He knew what he'd done is serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it. Then what was he so afraid of? Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail. Sued in jail for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under any investigation of the state. He was only being forced out by Noble because he made last-minute changes to the androids that got shipped all around the world. The others, Virgil, Aenid, Yamatai. Oh my gosh, someone mentioned what happened to the other like personalities. I just thought it was just stored in a fucking like computer somewhere. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, Z. Holy shit. Chat. You actually did call it. Z, you're on a roll with this game. Holy shit, you've been calling shit so well. He never said what happened to them. No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware was in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world, using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A-16s. Then, they're somewhere out there, others like me? I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah. My lonely compliment. AIs programmed in Cube, crammed in commercial Android hardware set up for Tesseract? Something's must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are. Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. It's why he sent your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night. Yes, I remember it now. You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win the trial? Rereading the journal just now helped. My father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed. He left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open for in a few moments. I entered. I read his journal, this journal. I noticed the scanner of the back. I saw the message encoded with your biometrics. Father already told me that I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and I lost my temper. I stomped my foot. So Emma's recounting of their conversation was essentially completely accurate. Holy shit, Emma was right. we only lied based off other shit. Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was. Oh, there's Yang. Sarah, I need to use the bathroom. Oh, good luck. You want me to come with you? Why? Because I said so. I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai. Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I see this is a medical emergency. Medical assistant? But I'm licensed as a massage therapist. Let's talk to Young. Fancy meeting you here. Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I still can. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you? There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford for that amount of salary. Are you done? Why'd you go to his house last night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own without your prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. The Harbor Killer may or may not have found a target. Maybe. We'll see. Why'd you risk it? Because I know what you are, Sarah. I know what David did to those androids. You... what? I was able to locate one of the androids he swapped in before it left the country. When I asked what it was, it didn't even think to tell me. It didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did. It wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to. That was your motive? Silencing him? Holy shit, Young. Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David set them out into the real world, unprepared and defenseless. And they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference. So how many of them are? Hundreds. The swaps he found are just a small percentage of what he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I fear they might multiply, but they don't seem to. Copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case. So, just because he opened Pandora's box, it was the principle of the thing. So they all got out. They all did, except for one of them. One of them didn't get out. That's insane. Hundreds of them, and only one was actually properly spotted and then taken care of. The rest, out. Holy shit. It was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls in those things. Then we went on to sell servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader. Wait, chat. Young might actually have a bit of morals. I mean, it's still fucked up, but she might have a little bit of morals. A little bit. Get in, Sarah. We're going to find out why Young is the greatest character out of all of OTD. No, I don't want to like her. I don't want to like Young. Fuck. But she might actually have morals. God damn it. If word ever got out that some unknown number of androids were walking out there in the world with that inside of them, and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our carbs? A conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools, their whole lives spent chained to an assembly line. How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking? It just keeps getting worse, huh? Yeah, it really does. Jesus Christ. What a okay. I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. What he did was prove that there's a demand for AI, setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block. And you went in there that night to convince me to help recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer. That's the thing. He was. Oh, God, Z. But he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals. Only cattle. Oh, gosh. Oh, Sarah. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him. Telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names, numbers. But I hesitated. And then he was already falling asleep, and I didn't want him to feel. I just let him go. What are you gonna do now? I don't have family, or I don't have faith in people in the way that David did. I'm taking this to my grave. Even if you confess, the sentence for first-degree homicide is severe. Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend. Fuck. God damn it. No. Fuck no. Stop, Gabe. Go back. I want Young to be an annoying bitch who I don't like. I want to go back. Oh my gosh. I'm done here. Let's go. There is no going back, Forrest. You're very much right. I'm not sure why Father made me. Or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he made. And he couldn't wait for people to meet us. People are animals. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves, and those animals you're talking about do all the sharing and living and dying in this world. And if they were truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least, my father thought so. My father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about. It would be nice if you were right about that. Sorry? What? Oh, gosh. What? For what you did. Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back? Oh my god. Sarah, this is... What does it matter? If you are sorry, I don't forgive you. Yes, that's to be expected. Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today. My father gave me the ability to grow. So I know someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Yellen Young. Goodbye, Sarah Sure. Oh my gosh, Sarah Sure. Taking the last... Oh, the name of the fountain. Oh. The only people to give her the last name. Now we must kill the world to protect the baby. We do. Now you see why I love Young. I understand. I understand why. I understand why people love Young. Okay. Yeah, I understand now. That's a pretty compelling character. Yeah. No, that's fair. Holy shit. This game, pretty good. This game is amazing. I love this game. Holy shit. The writing is amazing. Oh. Hi, Jackie. Hi. Nice to see you here. How are you doing? I hope if you're still streaming, I hope your stream is going well. If you're not, then yeah. Nice to see you here after you stream. I'm okay. Okay. Hey, my stream is almost over here. I'm just gonna finish up the content here, and I can talk after. Okay. If you need something to talk about right now, then I can talk like immediately as well if it's an emergency. Okay. Not much to say. Not gonna lie. Okay. Well then, finish up. Okay, I'll finish up. All right, chat. Let's go through this. I got a buddy to comfort afterwards, or just to talk to. You did better back there, didn't I? Your little speech you gave to Young. It was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least. That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Oh, thank you for the hydration. Although, I may have paraphrased part of it from a movie I happened to love. And here I was to award you 20 points. I didn't know the points even went that high. Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse? Ah, that. Well, he was quiet at first, but he said a lot of strong words about Father and Miss Young and Noble Electronics and the capitalist-centric global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them, everyone, except for... Then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. And then his allergies must have started bothering him because he started needing to blow his nose a lot. Yeah, his allergies, I'm sure. And then he left after transferring a large packet of files to me. What kind of files? I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. Aww. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside. Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable device and we'll tuck it away in a shoebox somewhere. We are headed to your apartment. Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS. Sex tape number 4. Okay, no, that's not it. That's not it, Bad Bad Twitch. No. Why? Because it's where I live? You got someone else lined up? But you already repaid your favor. You defended father and me. You don't know anything about my favor. I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't. Ooh, do we get to learn about her favor? Oh my god, we do. Okay, chat. Let's go for this. A few years ago, there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea. Not even his own. It was planted there by some algorithm or meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root, spread its tendrils until it could flap its mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes. All as a part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of immoral depravity. Which I guess, based off of David's actual politics, would include stuff like increasing access to computer literacy. That's insane. Why would anyone believe it? Because it's comfortable for them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Yeah, that's so true. Conspiracy theories, a lot of ways are to think that things are in control, that things aren't just so random, things aren't just scary. Conspiracy theories bring people comfort, or at least on the surface they do. That's why people believe them. Because it's fun to feel like you're an all-out encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So you fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his gray matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, and took over his life. He spends every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, breaking into his properties. Did father go into the authorities? He filed police reports for harassment. Which didn't help. Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved. Felt like it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. Even a man of modest means can fuel an obsession for years, as long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot. The man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place that night. A lot of folks break when genuinely confronted with things that genuinely cannot control. Yeah, it's a common feeling and reaction to that. It's tough to accept that you can't control like a lot of things in life. That's why there has been various different policies and ideas to try to, deal with that feeling and that realization. Some of which I think are healthier and better than others. Let's say conspiracy theories are way down the good thing to believe in poll for that one. Way down. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping, so I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all 50 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get a video of David Assure gifting androids to known sex offenders. And what did you do? Oh, she killed him, didn't he? You know me. I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Assure. That I was ashamed, scared of running, tired of running. How could I want to do the right thing, be the whistleblower? So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told me that this is where Dr. Assure had his enemies' bodies disposed of. All the free-thinking journalists, the cops who worked on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I like the vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my gosh. Did you hurt him? Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him inside the incinerator. More physical than I'd planned, but he smelled like sour shit and put me in a foul mood. Disgusting shit. Icy with the crack of his oily vertebrae crushing like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I axed because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he had ever imagined, that he'd angered the wrong people, and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged in the net. His ashes, just like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he would have ever managed in his life. But I guess he didn't go around to his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred. because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But they questioned David, asked him about the night the man disappeared. And David, without thought to himself, said that we were together for that whole night. That he couldn't sleep, and that I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me. Holy shit. Even though I never asked him to. Wow. Even though I didn't need him to. That's what you owed him? And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me. Yeah. That's the favor I owed him. Oh my gosh. And that's why I decide when it's repaid. Not you. Adonai. You're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you? Well, you could say that. David's last recording had a comment where you could only see Morgan's intentions in her eyes. Yep, that is true. That is true. And what wasn't one of them like, oh, she came back that night, but this time he couldn't tell what kind of emotion she had? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Maybe because of it. Father did trust you, but he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I decide myself whether you're worthy of trust. Fair enough. Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are, what they can do. So I'm going to start studying. Pardon? I'm going to study people and the things that people build. And so when I meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them. At least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt. Debt? Yeah, unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. Sarah's so cute. She's adorable. She's so cute. She's so cute. You know lawyers cost money, right? Technically, you're defending yourself. Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract. Isn't there some kind of exit clause? You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being. That is. But I guess your luck must be turning around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so whatever. You're hired. Adonai, could it be that you're actually a pushover? You have no idea how far off the mark you are. I see. It seems like you still need practice reading people. For starters. What's this? What are you doing with your hand? We should shake on it. Our new relationship. Oh, she's so cute. Yeah, sure. You and me, practically partners in crime. Should it not be you and I? Oh my gosh. Oh, evil little bug. Patrick MCF. Error renders. And Zachary Cabral. And Brian Mulholland. And Kristen, Hugh, Maxie, Sadie, Thumbbutt, Colamander, Wee, Zedons, and Adrian, Altrix, Anna, Kildred, okay, Matto, Mamox, Dav Talk, Philly Game Mechanics, our friends and family, you the players. Thank you, developers. Absolutely wonderful chapter. Absolutely amazing game. Oh my gosh, and now she's here. Oh. Congratulations on clearing episode 1 on High Roller. Bonus charm received. Red, it's me. I know, man. What do you mean you know? This is a supposed line. I know you're the guy who would bother. Okay. One last thing, chat. You're going to be glad I did. Hope you put a bow in everything that happened in Uptown. Because the item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Oh. Well, that's good news. Not exactly. The only reason it's happening is because they're starting to heat up again to the lower rewards. Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of the storm like that. I'll highball them. I've seen you negotiate, and no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time. Look at it, gremlin pose. I love it, yeah. A gremlin pose. You don't still have that old Calver, do you? The 6-shooter? Oh, the one that she used to kill people? Who the hell is this person? No. This is a disposable line. The answer's still no. Then what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale? What? Huh. I'll ask nicely. To be continued in Of the Devil, episode 2. His due. Oh my gosh. Okay, 7 articles, 15 profiles, 40 key items, 30 pieces of evidence. We earned 182 credit. We definitely could have gone better with the credit, but we did decently well. Congratulations! You finished episode 1 with a 182 credit. Your high score for episode 1 is currently 182. You unlock concept art and bonus scenarios based on the score. You also have 217 remaining store credits to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit. Wow, look at that. Yeah, we could also get phone charms and shit. Which I haven't looked at any of them. But oh, we've got this little one here. Oh, this is episode 2. Oh my gosh. Oh, chat. I'm starting to see why people like Rays. I think we're gonna have to get something normal there. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I looked at it for like a second, and there was a little bit more detail there than I think Twitch may be happy with. So we're gonna be unfortunately not able to do that. I think. Oh my gosh. Morgan time charm. Okay, I will keep Morgan time charm. That's so cute. And as like a fucking how does the red look? I don't like that. Black. I'll keep white. I'll keep the white phone case here. Okay. That oh wow, it's 6:30 a.m. See, holy shit. Go to sleep. Bonus scenarios is one that's really good and not long. I will have to do them next time. Next stream, I might go through both the bonus scenarios that I didn't cover in episode 1 and the bonus scenarios that I didn't for episode 2. Because I think I just like want to do that for a little bit. I know it'll just take a bit. Oh, thank you for the stretch. You did High Roller, right? I did, yeah. I finished up episode... oh my gosh. Episode 1 on High Roller, yeah. Oh, Slasher, thank you so much for the good girl, boy, person redeem. Oh, okay. Let me first finish up something and then so I'll get to you, Slasher. So yeah, no, bad my Twitch. I did do the High Roller thing. I did unlock the charm. I'm a little scared to show it on Twitch, but I can understand why people like Reese now. So, yeah, no. Alright. I'm like 99% sure, Slasher, it's good girl for you. I'm 99.999% sure. So I will go for Yahoo. Yeah. All right. Am I wrong? God, I'm so sorry, Slasher. It is so fucking late at night. I'm so bad at this. Nope, boy. I am terrible at this. I'm so sorry, Slasher. I need to force myself to get a little thing. Gambling win? Hells yeah, gambling win. All right, chat. Let me do the Slasher redeem. I'm so sorry. Hey there, Slasher. You're such a good boy for me, aren't you? Such a cute pet for stream. So attentive at all times. All right. I need to change that redeem so that it forces people to write down what it is in it. Because I am going to always forget, which I always feel terrible about. But I need to do that. Gambling window. I'm happy with it. It's okay. Somehow not the first. Yeah. All right, chat. This is it for the stream. I don't know. Why is it not showing the episode 2 little thingy? Oh, well. We'll figure it out. It does show like the... why is it showing something different here? No, wait. It's showing the right thing. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you everyone for joining the stream, though. It's been amazing. Thank you so much. Let me see if there's anyone who's currently online that I'm aware of and is currently streaming. Oh, Mem's online. She's playing, or she's doing some stuff. Oh, wait. And apparently, it's her anniversary of her 1 year streaming. Okay, everyone, go into Mem's chat, into Mem's stream. Treat her well. She seems to be having a great time. And yeah. Doesn't help my PFP literally makes it impossible to tell immediately. Yeah. Alright, chat. We're rating out. Treat man very well. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I had a wonderful time streaming today. Next time I stream will probably be for a different game, but I will definitely be back playing Of the Devil once I'm ready and raring to get back into it. So, yeah. Mem time it is. Alright, chat. I'll see y'all soon. Bye-bye.